Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yeah, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay.
So just a minute. Let's wait for a few minutes, sir.
No problem.
Start
No
joining
problem.
now. I will send a message on the group also.
Okay. No problem.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Let's start, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, sir, and good morning, all participants. Today we have the second day and first session of this 5-day FDP, which is sponsored by Atal AICT. In this session, we have Dr. PC Pant. Let us have a brief introduction of Dr. Pant. Timpy, please.
Living in harmony with nature. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, beta, you are audible. Please continue.
Living in harmony with nature is not new to us. Sustainable living has always been an integral part of India's tradition and culture. It has been integrated with our long-lasting traditions and practices, customs, art and craft, festivals, food, beliefs, ritual, and folklore. Ingrained within us is the philosophy that entire natural world be in harmony, which is reflected in the famous phrase in Sanskrit Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the entire earth is one family. The phrase is mentioned in Maha Upanishad, that is probably a part of the ancient Indian text Atharva Veda. Good morning. I, Rimpi, on behalf of Center of Excellence for Energy and Environmental Studies, GCRUST Murthal, welcome you all in the first session of Day 2 of FDP with the theme Role of Green Technology for Sustainable Development. I feel delighted to welcome Dr. Pradeep Chandra Pant, former advisor, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. A physicist by qualification, Dr. PC Pant has been active in the field of renewable energy for about 36 years. He developed and implemented the Integrated Rural Energy Plan in Uttar Pradesh during his initial phase of career as project officer. Dr. Pant also served as the member of National Task Force on Green Jobs. He is also a member of Solar Energy Society of India, Indian Society of Lighting Engineers, and Fellow of International Energy Foundation, Canada. Dr. Pant had also been steering the HRD activities of the ministry for since 2009 till his retirement in May 2020, wherein he had focused to institutionalize the education and training framework in the area of renewable energy in the country. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir, and welcome in this
Good
group.
morning, sir.
Thank you for nice words.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, with Murthal, in fact, I had been associated in some way when this program was started. In way back during the period of Dr. Singh, Professor Singh.
Yes, sir.
And I had visited also your university during initial phases. So that's what is my association with Murthal. So it's always an honor and privilege actually to get associated with the academic institutions, and I have kept myself to some extent engaged through these FDPs and interactions with the universities even after retirement. So thanks for giving me this opportunity to interact with the participants of this program. So what I'm doing today is talking something about how the India's renewable energy program evolved and what were the phases in which these changes have taken place. So if you look at the historical background of the renewable energy journey across the world, then the prime driving force of going towards renewable was practically the energy independence. And it started in 1973 when the oil OPEC petroleum exporting countries, they proclaimed an oil embargo, the 400% increase in the oil prices suddenly. And that totally, in fact, impacted the entire economy of almost all the countries in the world. Of course, the OPEC were getting some advantage because of the increase in oil prices. But otherwise, if you look at the economies of be it US, Russia, or the France, UK, those type of countries which were supposed to be a very developed countries, their total financial planning got disrupted. And that's why all the governments, they forced to put in place the measures to rein in the conventional energy consumption, that is the oil, coal, oil and gas. So the energy efficiency and energy conservation, that became actually the top priority at that time. And parallelly, the harnessing of wind, sun and biomass, hydro, geothermal, etc., they also got attention of the green investors and inventors at that time. So that was to some extent the beginning of start of the renewable energy revolution across the globe. So we can say that the 1973 oil crisis forced us to examine the energy use and also to encourage at the accelerated innovation and research into renewable. Here I am using two words, conservation and efficiency. Conservation is using, means you conserve, means in a sense use less, but efficiency means you use the same quantity but get better output. So nowadays we have been talking more on efficiency term rather than talking about the conservation term. So that's a bit of shift actually which have taken place from 70s to nowadays. So if you look at Indian scenario, it started again parallelly in 1973 when in Department of Science and Technology, a working group on power and energy was set up. And there were, of course, a lot of research already going on during that period, be it in IITs or the national laboratories or some of the universities like the Jadavpur University or Cochin University. Some work was already going on. So it was thought prudent at that time that there should be a public sector undertaking who can actually take the outcome of these researches and then try to commercialize it or promote it. So in this context, in 1974, Central Electronics Limited, a public sector undertaking, was set up or opened under Department of Science and Technology, Scientific and Industrial Research, DSIR of Government of India. So that was the prime mover of research, development, and commercialization of solar photovoltaic cells, modules, and systems in the country. Means even at that time in 1974, it was thought to have a good manufacturing facility to get some advantage or to get some experience through it. And subsequently in 1981, the Commission for Additional Sources of Energy was set up in Department of Science and Technology. And this Commission for Additional Sources of Energy was something like Atomic Energy Commission or the Space Commission, wherein this body had been given the complete power of the cabinet so that the decision could be taken fast, in fast mode. And as per the recommendation of the commission and as well as the some other committees which were set up at that time, it was thought necessary to have a separate department to deal with, at that time, we used to call it non-conventional energy sources, because the conventional sources used to be coal, oil and gas. And that's why the sun, solar, wind, biomass, these were to be told as non-conventional energy sources, and to promote that, to give a focused, to have a focused approach about promotion of these non-conventional energy sources. A Department of Non-Conventional Energy Sources was formed, which was upgraded to a ministry called the Ministry of Non-Conventional Energy Sources in 1992. Meanwhile, earlier under the Ministry of Energy, the entire energy sector was being looked after by one ministry, and within that there were departments like Department of Power or Department of Non-Conventional Energy Sources. But in 1992, a separate minister was made in charge of this upgraded Ministry of New and Renewable Sources. And in 1996, this MNES was renamed as MNRE. There were two regions given at that time. One was that this non-conventional, to some extent, this non-word was giving a negative connotation. And that's why there should be some other name which should be there. And of course, everybody suggested to put the name more Ministry of Renewable Energy. But this new was also added to that because a lot of work was being done in new technologies like the fuel cell, or to some extent also some work on electric vehicle was also going on at that time. So to work on, to give emphasis on new technology or research in new technology or new, even new areas in solar, wind, at that time, this new name was incorporated, and that's why it became the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. That was one thing. And the second thing is, by that time, something around 3 to 4% of the total installed capacity of the country was coming from renewable, means mainly because of the wind. The wind sector actually has already started progressing since 1990s. So something around maybe 20 megawatt or 50 megawatt type of capacity was already there. So that's why it was thought that it is now becoming the part of mainstream energy scenario of the country, and that's why let us make it a Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. So that was the basic reason of changing the name. And since 1996 to 2008, a lot of developments had taken place. But in 2008, to some extent, a paradigm shift had taken place when the National Action Plan on Climate Change was launched, was announced by Government of India. And the first two missions of that National Action Plan on Climate Change were dealing with the energy sector, and the first mission was the National Solar Mission. And of course, the second main shift came in 2015 after the Paris Convention of IPCC. So that's what is to some extent chronological thing, how the renewable energy development had taken place. So if you look at our journey from 1982 to 2008, and I have put it 82 deliberately because it's basically the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Otherwise, we can say it from 1973 to 2008. So at the initial stages, if we look at the 70s, was totally on the research aspect, developing some new technologies or new products. And the 80s, where the focus was on research and development, of course, but parallelly, there were some demonstration projects which were started being set up in different part of the country. So at that time, the focus was more on energy independence or the energy access. Means the energy was the driving force for developing renewable energy. As I said, in the background, it was basically the oil embargo or dependence on the import of oil. And the oil, as you all know, that are confined to certain pockets in the globe. And they were having certain power to actually manipulate and impact the economy of all the countries. So in that context, actually, the renewable energy movement started at that time. So the focus at that time primarily was on energy independence or the energy access to the remote and far-flung areas. And whatever programs the ministry have been or the government have been implementing at that time, or even the research was going on even at that time, were practically focusing on social aspects of meeting the subsistence requirement like heating, cooking, lighting, irrigation, minor irrigation, I should say. Those type of applications were the main driving force at that time, and that's how the programs were developed by the ministry to promote renewable energy. The first and the foremost program was, of course, National Solar Photovoltaic Demonstration Program named as NASPET, which was started from CEL only. CEL was the main focal point, and through there were different while the DNAS was set up in central government and the state government, there were different agencies which were called the non-conventional energy development agencies. Like in Haryana, it is HAREDA, or in Punjab, it is PEDA. In UP, it was NEDA, Rajasthan, REDA, something like that. In all across the country, in all the states, the state nodal agencies were set up. So through them, some demonstration project or some, I should say, highly subsidized programs were being initiated. So then under the NASPET program, actually, to provide solar lighting systems or street lighting system, or to have a small of 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt type of solar photovoltaic panels to light a segment of a village, that type of programs were being implemented at that time. The second largest and the flagship program of Government of India at that time was National Program on Biogas Development, which was basically to fulfill the need of cooking need of rural India, as well as also to address to some extent to the fertility of the land by use of biogas manure, which is practically more nutritious than the normal manure, cow dung manure, kept open in field. So that was the second program. And the third program was the National Program on Improved Cook Stove, which was basically on the energy conservation side, because it was thought that a lot of firewood was being burnt in cooking application, and which was basically affecting the forest area. That was one thing. And the second thing is because of the smoke inside the kitchen, some health hazards were also taking place. So to address these two aspects, the National Program on Improved Cook Stoves were launched. And the idea was to actually get rid of smoke by incorporating a chimney in the traditional chula with a bit of modification in that. So different models of improved chulas were at that time. I should not use the word invented, but rather designed, I should say, in different places. Even in IIT Delhi, a lot of work was going on this aspect. In Allahabad, that IERT was there at that time. So similarly in the Samastipur Pusha Institute. So they all have been working on improving the efficiency of the traditional chula by modifying the traditional designs based on the local existing designs at that time. So different models of chulas were being promoted at that time, like the Nada chula or I mean, such type of names were given, and parallelly there were a portable models were also being promoted. And in fact, this program to some extent was stopped at later stages because of certain other reasons. But now a part of the portable models are being commercialized by some of the entrepreneurs. And another major program at that time was to set up the energy complexes or the energy villages, wherein you used to actually assess the energy requirement of that village and try to develop a plan to fulfill the need by way of providing some renewable energy devices, like if the street light was the requirement, because in the villages the street light was not there, so the solar street lights were given. For the homes, the solar home lighting systems were given. For cooking, of course, NPBD was definitely there, but the community biogas plants were also set up in some of the villages. For irrigation, solar photovoltaic pumps were given. Some disturbance I'm getting. Am I audible? If somebody can confirm.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So these were the thing actually. Even in my initial stages in 1984, I also set up one energy complex in a village called Mahua Dabra, wherein I had provided a centralized power plant giving street lights to something around 1 kilometer area of that village. And I had one 85 cubic meter biogas plant providing cooking requirement of 40 families, and then 3 windmills in that complex. And I used to, I should say, sell water for irrigation, and I used to collect 3 rupees per hour at that time. So that type of experiment I did way back in 84 to 86. And then another program was the Integrated Rural Energy Planning Program, where in place of one single village, a entire block was taken as the entity, and the energy requirement, means the demand and supply situation, was assessed, and then an integrated approach to address the energy requirement of that particular block, and then extended to the district. That was the focus, and it was to some extent conceptually a very good program. But somehow again in 2004, this program was also stopped by government, and rather it was not stopped, it was given to state governments to implement. So some of the state government continued, some just left it. But that was the initial phase of 80s, which continued even up to 2008, as I mentioned. But in 1990s, there was a good development which had taken place, and that was practically the India Renewable Resources Development Project, which was sanctioned by IDA, International Development Agency, a part of the World Bank, which provided a IDA credit line of $105 million at that time. And parallelly, there was some other financing available through Danish government and the Swiss government. And there was another instrument which came, which is called the Global Environment Facility. So some grant came from that. So the total kitty of $175 million at that time was given to India to commercialize the wind, solar photovoltaic, and small hydro. So that was the shift. One thing is very important to understand here is that India's electricity sector practically was dominated by hydro till 50s. And the hydro plant capacity were of the order of maybe 3 megawatt, 10 megawatt, 15 megawatt, 20 megawatt, 30 megawatt, that type of the capacity of the hydropower plant at that time. But then, of course, in 50s, when the development have started taking place, and we had the Bhakra Nangal and Trihand and other, so large hydropower plant came in. So the focus of electricity was shifted from one is to large hydro, and parallelly the focus was also shifted to thermal power stations. So this small hydro segment was to some extent neglected. So in 1989, it was thought that let it also be transferred to Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. At that time, it was still DNA, and from Ministry of Power. So 3 megawatt capacity hydropower plants were given to Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and total installed capacity of those type of power plants were at that time only 63 megawatt. And since then, actually this small hydro was being treated as a renewable source or non-conventional source of energy, and that's why. But in I should say 2020, actually there was with one amendment in the Electricity Act, this entire hydro, be it small or the large, is now being counted in the renewable energy. Internationally, though, hydro totally had been counted in this renewable energy segment. So this was the another shift basically which had taken place at that time. So the small hydro, wind, and the a decentralized solar photovoltaic. To commercialize it, this credit line was given, and from there actually a shift to commercialize these things in addition to the continuing with the research and development and demonstration that continued actually. So that was the thing. So when one thing you might have observed by now, that initially the focus was on cooking, lighting, irrigation, that type of thing, means the application was the focus. But once this type of projects have come, so the grid connected electricity has started making ground actually for promotion of renewable energy. And that was the reason in 1996, a shift had taken place. And in 1996, we were, means the name was changed to Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And when this became the focus, it was necessary to have the resource assessment, means how much is the potential of renewable energy, different sources of renewable energy like the wind or the small hydro of the capacity of 25 megawatt, or for that matter, the biomass, means how much biomass is available. And of course, solar, which in any case, there was a good solar atlas, which came up at that time, published by Ms. Annamani. So the resource assessment was also taken place, and the wind atlas also came up. Indian Institute of Science came up with the biomass atlas of the country. So that this type of activities parallelly have also started at that time. So while all this thing was going on, there was a separate thing which was parallelly going on internationally. And that was actually some concerns which were being raised by the environmentalists. And it was thought that the climate is getting affected by way of our living pattern, the way we are consuming energy, or the way we have changed our lifestyle during last, I should say, period of something around 200 only. Means before 1800, everything was okay. But in the 1800, means 19th century and the 20th century was such a thing that an entire shift had taken place from means conventional, which used to be a conventional sources, renewable energy sources, solar, wind, or something like that. They were the main energy source at that time. But after this invention of internal combustion engine or power of steam or something like that, then a shift had taken place in consumption of energy, and the industrialization have taken place, which had affected the greenhouse gas envelope which was there across the globe, and which was maintaining a temperature. And it was observed that the temperature, which average temperature of the earth is increasing slowly. So to curb that and to address that aspect, different environmental groups, they have started making their own demands, or making their own lobby, I should say, internationally. And ultimately it happened in 1992 under the UN framework. All the countries, they joined in an international treaty called the New United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, which was basically a framework for international cooperation to combat climate change by limiting average global temperature and resulting climate change. That's one aspect. And parallelly, there was another aspect which was coping with the impacts that were by then inevitable, means which have already have taken place, how to cope with that. So in a sense, there were two aspects basically which became the main target point. One was basically the GHG gas emission mitigation. And the second was basically the adaptation of whatever has damages have already taken place, how to adapt that situation, and what should be the measure that, say, suppose so the same thing kept on going on, to how to address that aspect. So the mitigation and the adaptation aspect, that became the main negotiation point of this UN FCC. And it was given a formal secretariat in 1995 in Germany, and the COP1, which is called the Conference of Parties, means all the countries were named as parties. They became the signatory of this treaty of UNFCCC. And the Conference of Party, every year the Conference of Party takes place. The first Conference of Parties, which was taken in, took place in Bonn, Germany, as COP1, and a formal targets were started, means targets to different countries. What should be the measures to be taken? The negotiations started in that, and ultimately in 1997, in the COP3, the Kyoto, Japan, a Kyoto Protocol was practically announced or the signed, I should say. A consensus was developed actually of the in the Kyoto Protocol, which binded the developed countries, 37 industrialized and countries and the economies like US, UK, Germany, France, Israel, means which were practically the members of the OECD, Organization of Economically Developed Countries, OECD. So those countries were given a binding target of reducing their carbon emission, GHG emission level by 5% of the 1990 level by 2012. So that was basically that 5-year term was the first commitment period for these countries to reduce the carbon emission level. And for that, actually, there was three mechanisms were put forward. One was, of course, that all these countries will work in such a way that they will be shifting towards greener technologies in their own country. The second was the joint implementation, wherein these countries will cooperate among themselves to have promoting the green technologies within themselves, which was basically the joint implementation. And third was practically the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism, wherein it was thought that while these developed countries have already a very strong infrastructure already available, so there is a little chance of them for them to shift to some other means. But in the developing country, the infrastructure is now still being developed. So why not these developed countries which had onus actually to basically the problem which is of global warming which is coming, that was created by the unabated use of these, I should not say bad technologies or bad, means the emission were taking place quite high actually even at that time. If you look at the Canada, per capita electricity consumption is 51 units per day. So that type of energy consumption was there, means the per capita emission was also taking place quite high at that time. So the onus was lying on them. So it was thought that they should help developing countries to adopt new technologies in developing their infrastructure. So that whatever the carbon emission reduction will take place, that will add to their committed target basically. So that was the CDM mechanism, and the first commitment level was the 2012. Then in 2009, means while all this thing was going on, and India in any case have been promoting the renewable energy even at that time, but now because in 1997 this specific 15 years target was given to the developed countries. Developed countries also have started making noise in a sense that means fast growing economies like India, China, South Africa, Brazil, that type of fast growing economies also have been emitting quite high quantity of GHG gases. Like in a sense, India, if you look at the Indian scenario, we are the third largest electricity producer in the world. And we are the third largest electricity consumer also in the world. And in terms of GHG emission, we come somewhere around fifth or sixth. So that's the GHG emission level at present emission level. So they should also be put under bindings. That was the basically all these developed countries, they have started raising their voices. And India being the leading thing, leader of the developing countries, they thought that how to negotiate within this scenario. So they came up with which is called the National Action Plan on Climate Change. Means what is our basically roadmap to address climate change, while we specifically said that we are not putting any binding on ourselves for reducing the carbon emission, because if we look at the per capita carbon emission of our country or any developing country for that matter is very low in comparison to the developed countries. So, and whatever damages have already taken place so far, the onus lies on the developed countries only. But as a responsible nation, we also start working on that, though we already have been working. Yet we are now coming up with a specific plan, which is called the National Action Plan on Climate Change. I'll come to that later on. So that was the 2008, and that's why I had put 2008 as a specific thing, 1982 to 2008 and 2008 onward. A shift actually had taken place since then. In 2012, the COP19, means every year the COP was taking place. So in the 19th COP, Conference of Party meeting, UNFCCC convention, which took place in Doha, this emission reduction target was revised, and it was said that by 2020, this 18%, they have to reduce their carbon emission by 18%. Earlier it was 5%, and then it was enhanced to 18%. So that was the second thing. Of course, they joined in implementation and CDM. Unfortunately, I had written it here wrong. Actually, it was practically part of this Kyoto Protocol, not here. Though the mechanism was going on the same way. That's another thing. Then in 2015, the COP21 took place, where India had taken the leadership role. And in the Paris Agreement, which basically India was the main driving force at that time of the Paris Agreement, and it seeks to accelerate and intensify actions and investment needed for sustainable low carbon future. And it was moved a $100 billion carbon fund was basically at that time mooted. And parallelly, to promote the role of solar energy in the entire globe, a body called the International Solar Alliance, that was set up at that time, of which was primarily at that time was between the 122 countries, which falls between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, which are basically the tropical countries where you have something around average 6 to 7 hours sun shine means throughout the year. Unlike in the northern hemisphere, means if we go back up to maybe UK or Norway or Finland. So there, while in summers you will have a sunshine of something around 18 hours, and during winters the sunshine hours will reduce to maybe 3 hours or 2 hours, or even if you say Norway, we say it the land of midnight sun. So that type of thing is there. So this within this tropical region, it was said that these countries should come forward, join hand, and collaborate with each other to have large penetration of solar energy, because we have good solar radiation or irradiance here, and we can address our energy requirement through solar energy in a big way. So that was practically the COP 2015. So that's a parallel thing which was going on. Now, as I mentioned in my initial talk, initial slides, that the focus till 2008 was mainly on meeting the social and to some extent economic requirement through renewable energy, and it was not a large penetration sort of thing. In 2008, when this National Action Plan on Climate Change was launched, and in which basically the 8 missions were announced, and National Solar Mission and National Mission on Enhanced Energy Efficiency, they became the first 2 missions. Means the focus was shifted towards generation of electricity. And grid connected electricity, that became basically the main focus, that how to enhance our electricity generation capacity using the solar technologies, and parallelly basically whatever electricity we have been using, how we can enhance the effective utilization of that by way of using certain energy efficient gadgets. Of course, there were other missions called the National Mission on Sustainable Habitat, which had something to do with waste management. Then even the water mission was also dealing with the waste management, wastewater treatment sort of thing. And so those things were definitely there, but the focus practically of these 2 missions means from the subsistence requirement, it has shifted to electricity. So that's why I say I had put it in 2 different things. Now onward, if you look at how we have progressed, then it looks like that means the energy means electricity only, though that is not a correct connotation. You require energy for different things. And if you look at in the overall perspective, the role of electricity in the entire energy scenario is hardly about 21% as on today. By 2050, it is expected to reach up to 50%. So that's how the change is taking place. But as on today, the role of electricity is only 21%, which is remaining, you should say 79% is practically on the thermal aspect. It's basically the process heat type of application. So that's why, but ultimately, if you look at even the government's focus or whatever it is totally focused on how the electricity production is increased, and that is being treated as energy. So that's why actually I had put it in a different way. And the mitigation and adaptation strategy, as I mentioned, like this National Mission on sustaining the Himalayan ecosystem, or National Mission on Green India are practically the adaptation measure, while the others are practically the mitigation measures. So if you look at the National Solar Mission document, which was practically made public on 11th January 2010 in Delhi, the aim, of course, the broader aim was to make India a global leader in solar energy, and practically to harness whatever the potential, solar potential available, because we have 5,000 trillion kilowatt hour per year energy incident in the India's land area. And most part of the India receives 4 to 7 kilowatt hour per meter square. Means if you look at 1 meter square area, take into consideration, means the incident or the flux which is falling on that is of the order of maybe 700 to 800 watt. And if you multiply it with say average 6 to 7 hours a day, it comes to be around 4,000 to 7,000 watt hours. So that's what is practically the total energy in terms of per day, which is falling on Earth. So this needs to be translated into electricity through solar thermal as well as solar photovoltaic routes. So that was the basically statement which has totally shifted actually the renewable energy program from what it used to be earlier. And of course, there was some off-grid decentralized low temperature applications were there, and meeting other energy requirement for heating and cooling. That was also found some mention in the mission document, but the focus was totally shifted. But even at that time, a specific target was given of having 20,000 megawatt by 2022, which was at that time being treated as a very gigantic type of target. Whether will it be possible to achieve that or not? There was a suspicion among everybody even at that time, because we did not have any experience actually of significant experience of grid connected solar electricity at that time. And the cost of the electricity generated from solar photovoltaic used to be something around 17 to 18 rupees per kilowatt hour or per unit at that time. So it was thought, means whether will it be possible to achieve this thing? That was also being treated as a very humongous target. And that's why this 3 phases were made actually at that time, contemplated at that time. And in the first phase, it was said that only 1,000 megawatt will be shut up by 2013. And another 3,000 megawatt will be shut up based on whatever experience we would be getting from that 1,000 megawatt by 2017. And whatever experience we will be getting within these 2 experimental period, or whatever you can say, we will be able to actually reach up to 20,000 megawatt by 2022. So that's how this initial document of the solar mission that was being envisaged. And it was also contemplated even at that time that there would be a quantification of off-grid solar photovoltaic applications which were taking place, or even if the solar thermal applications were taking place in different places, let us quantify that in terms of energy also. And that's why it was said that the 1,000 megawatt of penetration of the off-grid solar application will be there by 2022. And 15 million square meter of the solar thermal collector area will be shut up by 2017, and 20 million square meter collector area will be shut up by 2022. And in addition to that, 20 million solar lighting systems for rural areas by 2020. So those were in a sense, were the deliverable. If you look at today, and you might also be listening the different press briefings or anything, or any presentation or anything. Now we hardly talk about this 1000 megawatt or 20 million square meter of the collector area or whatever it is. So we talk about actually only of electricity. So that's the paradigm shift basically which had taken place actually practically after 2015. Now in 2015, as I mentioned, that India took the lead. India suo moto said that we commit to reduce our emission and intensity of the GDP by 33 to 35% from 2005 level, and 40% of the our electric power installed capacity will be from clean energy sources by the 2030. That was the specific statement which was announced in the Paris Convention by our Honorable Prime Minister. And that's why the targets were also modified, means the 100 gigawatt of the grid connected solar electricity through solar technology, then 60 gigawatt from wind, 10 gigawatt only from biomass, and 5 gigawatt from small hydro, means the small hydro of the capacity of 25 gigawatt megawatt station capacity. So the biomass and small hydro to some extent is already achieved. Wind is somewhere around 40 gigawatt at the moment, and solar is of course in line, and we expect to have something around 105 gigawatt by 2022. And parallelly, the manufacturing is also being given a specific focus. And in fact, you might also have heard about the PLI scheme, wherein performance linked incentive, wherein if a certain quantity of solar photovoltaic cells and modules were produced by a company with using advanced technologies within the country, they will be incentivized. And of course, the focus on R&D continues. And to address all these things, a specific focus on education and skill development have taken place. In fact, that was the aspect which I was looking in the ministry. Sorry. So ultimately, what was the mission address at that time in 2015? In the nationally determined contribution, at that time, every means this NDC was announced. As per the Paris Accord on climate change, India has made a pledge. Now here the word, earlier it was not a commitment, it was not a binding, but now here we have pledged actually. To some extent, whatever we have said, to some extent we are bound by that. Had made a pledge that by 2030, 40% of our installed power generation capacity shall be from non-fossil fuel, and also reducing the emission intensity of the GDP by 33 to 35% from 2004. Economic growth, increasing prosperity, a growing rate of urbanization, and rising per capita, actually, it was not the rising basically, rising per capita energy consumption have increased the energy demand. Now, all these things basically to address this means why it was necessary, because we are having a fast economic growth, our prosperity is increasing, our urbanization rate is increasing, and per capita energy consumption therefore is rising, and that's why the energy demand is increasing, and that's why we should have some more electricity generation capacity, of which 40% should be from renewable energy. That's what is the total mission. Now, with that, actually, all our programs were going on. And as on today, we have reached actually, even if you look at the advertisement which came yesterday, it said 150 gigawatt passed, of which, of course, 45 gigawatt is of large hydro. So 105 gigawatt to some extent we have achieved from 175 gigawatt target by 2022. And when I say 2022, it's December 2022. And the way we have been going means the progress is taking place. If you look at then it is expected that we will be somewhere around 200 gigawatt by 2022. That's what is our roadmap by 2022. But now we are not talking of 2022 only. Now we are talking of 2030, and we have specifically said that by 2030 we will have 450 gigawatt. Rather, in this COP, which had recently taken place in Glasgow, Scotland, UK, our Prime Minister have announced the 500 gigawatt. Then I presume that that 500 includes the large hydro. And that's why now we have started talking about 150 gigawatt. That's what is my understanding actually of that 500 gigawatt, because the entire hydro gamut is now being treated as non-fossil fuel based, which is technically correct. So that's what actually the way the progress is going on. And one thing is, though this slide is the older slide, but this gives you to some extent the trend actually in which the power generation capacities are being shut up within the country. So if you look at the initial phases of 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16, the real development was taking place in the conventional, means the coal-based power sector. But after that, if you look at now, the total development which is taking place within the country is that of renewable energy. And as on today, we have 68 gigawatt, 68,000 megawatt thermal capacity projects are at different stages of implementation. But in renewable, in which we are at around something around 105 gigawatt, by 2030 we will be at 450 gigawatt. Means it will be a fourfold increase in renewable energy installed capacity within the country. And today, if you look at in the total gamut, we have something around 280 to gigawatt of something around that around thermal power. And so in a sense, around 33% or means that comes from the renewable segment if we add large hydro also. And in 2030, we will be reaching to 450 gigawatt only from renewable energy. And the main segment will be, of course, the solar, which will be something around 350 gigawatt, and something around 100 gigawatt will be from wind. And remaining this biomass and all that will be just for the namesake. So that's what is a scenario which is going to take place by 2030 in the overall 750 gigawatt total capacity, which will be there by 2030. So it will be around not 40%. It's in terms of that, if you look at, it will be more than 50% of the total installed capacity. But in terms of electricity, our contribution as on today is only around 11 to 12% in the overall energy electricity sector in terms of energy. In terms of installed capacity, we may be somewhere around 23, 24 or 25%. But in terms of energy, it's 12%. So by 2030, we will be somewhere around that what we say 40%, but in terms of electricity generation, but in terms of installed capacity, it will be something around 50 to 60% at that time, because the total capacity at that time, as I mentioned, somewhere around 68 gigawatt of the thermal power stations are at different stages of implementation. So if you add to whatever is the installed capacity today, it will be something around 350 gigawatt of thermal power capacity at that time. So renewable will be at the top, while at on today the renewable is the second thing. First is thermal, second is renewable. Renewable minus large hydro. Third is the large hydro, and fourth is basically nuclear. But by 2030, it will be renewable, thermal, then of course a large hydro, and then nuclear will also have significant contribution at that time. We will have something around 10,000 megawatt, 10 gigawatt at that time, the way the developments have taken place in the recent past. So that's what it will be. The energy means electricity generation scenario by 2030. So to address all this, there are different policy initiatives which government have taken, and one of the key initiative was to have what we say the must-run scenario. Must-run means whenever the renewable energy power projects are generating electricity, that electricity will be allowed to run or to generate electricity. They should not be stopped. And why this is necessary means we need to understand this scenario now, because the earlier scenario was entirely different and today's scenario is entirely different. Look at the scenario. I do not know whether any of you are having know about Vidyut Pravaha. Vidyut Pravaha is an app, basically mobile-based app, in which we give the total electricity demand being met within 15 minutes segment. Means at like this is 11 a.m. So 11 a.m. to 11:15, what is the total electricity being supplied within the country, all across the nation? You can see it state-wise also, but across the nation. So average, if we look at, it will be something around 160 to 170 to 180 gigawatt. That is the average consumption of electricity at a particular time within the 15 minutes duration. Now, you look at, means in any case, the thermal power stations are generating electricity. See, the base load is being met through thermal power stations. But now, because of this must-run capacity, must-run segment or must-run clause of electricity regulation, now solar, which is something around 40,000 megawatt capacity. So at 8 a.m., maybe they may be generating around 5,000 watt, 5,000 megawatt. That was the out of the 40,000 maybe generation at 8, maybe 5,000 megawatt. At 10, it may be 10,000 megawatt. But at 12 to 2, it may be 35,000 megawatt. And it as means this 35,000 megawatt is not consuming any fuel. The fuel is the solar radiation. So we have to allow this 35 megawatt to be penetrated, 35,000 megawatt to be penetrated in the grid. And parallelly, if we have something around, as I mentioned, 270 gigawatt of thermal power station, and they are running maybe at around 60% of their capacity. So the total generation would be something around 180 gigawatt. So 180 gigawatt plus this 35 gigawatt means it will be something around 215 gigawatt, while your demand is only 180 gigawatt. So this 35 gigawatt, either we curtail the thermal power station, means we will tell the thermal power station to reduce their generation by way of putting less coal or burning less coal at that time and use this solar. That is basically the must-run capacity. It creates a sort of distortion also, and that is one of the challenges basically which needs to be addressed, and if not addressed within say next 2 to 3 years, then this will create a sort of a damaging situation basically within when this solar will reach up to maybe 100 gigawatt or 150 gigawatt capacity. So today we are talking something around 35,000 megawatt capacity electricity generation penetration within the overall generation capacity of something around 370 or 380 megawatt gigawatt of total installed capacity. So it's not even 10%. Okay, so it is possible basically to absorb actually this type of whatever intermittency is there in the generation today, but when it will be maybe 33% label, and if the intermittency takes place, then that create a problem. So that is one of the key aspect basically which you, the educational institutions and the scientific institutions or the faculty members have to look at actually what could be done to address this. Of course, there are a lot of research going on this aspect. So this is one policy measure which have been taken, means the renewable projects will be within the must-run capacity. Second, that of course the electricity, these earlier we used to say that it is a weak source and dispersed source, so we should generate electricity wherever it is required. Means decentralized application of renewable energy was being thought at that time. But now we are talking about the centralized application of renewable, means centralized generation of renewable energy. So the large solar parks are coming, like in Badla, 10,000 megawatt of 10 capacity, or in Riva, it will be something around 5,000 megawatt. Means that type of capacity is being generated at a particular place, and from there it is to be transmitted to the user point. So naturally the grid needs to be enhanced, grid capacity needs to be enhanced, and parallelly when you are transmitting electricity from one place to another place, then there is certain interstate transmission services charges which are levied on that. So to promote the use of renewable energy or from these projects, it is said that the ISTS charges and losses are waived off for the generation project based on solar and wind resources awarded through bidding process commissioned till 30th June 2023. Means up to 2023, whichever projects will be commissioned, the entire electricity from that will be transported or transmitted through the interstate grid up to a period of 25 years without paying a single penny. This is very important. In fact, to some extent, it affects the grid maintenance aspect also. That whatever the entity, it's the Power Grid Corporation, which is basically maintaining the transmission line. for that maintenance, they also require certain amount. So this charges basically is being waived off, means it is being subsidized to some extent. The indirect subsidy or indirect incentive is being given to solar and wind sector. In addition, that the energy from solar power plants commissioned under MNRE's CPSU scheme and under SECI Standard Manufacturing Linked Capacity Scheme have been exempted from ISTS charges and losses. Now what is happening that there is another aspect basically which the country faced, that was basically the WTO regulation. In the initial stages, when we were doing a sort of tender processing for solar projects, we put a clause called the domestic content requirement, DCR. So it was said that all the modules being used in those power plants will be from Indian origin only, to promote the Indian industry. But under the WTO agreement, now it's the open market. So the US had gone to WTO, and then ultimately it was decided that if the CPSU is a government-owned thing and the money is coming from public, basically, it's a sort of government money. And that's why in those projects, only the DCS component will be used, domestic component will be used. For other projects, of course, the import is allowed. So that sort of regulation is had to put in. And to promote actually the domestic content, a separate scheme for central public sector undertakings came up, where the CPSUs were said or were encouraged to set up their own plant. Like the NTPC will set up their own plant, even the DMRC is setting their own plant in Rewa, and then from Rewa it is basically taking their own electricity for Delhi Metro. So that sort of arrangement was being done, and for that also the ISTS charges were waived off. Then in addition to that, what is much more important, that electricity generation, the electricity will be generated. There should be some body to buy it, to purchase it. And who are the purchasers? Purchasers are basically the state power utilities, like in Haryana, it's the Haryana Vidyut Vitran Nigam. In UP, it is UP Power Corporation. So the DISCOMs, what we say, the distribution companies, they practically buy the electricity. So it was made mandatory actually for them to buy certain percentage of electricity generated from the renewable energy projects, which is called the renewable power purchase obligation, RPO. So for every bulk purchaser of electricity or bulk consumer of the electricity, bulk consumer, when I say, it's basically the steel industry, the cement industry, which are using huge amount of electricity. So they are given a target that maybe 10% of their electricity they should purchase from the renewable power projects. So this mandated actually of purchasing of renewable power had prompted the developers or the investors to invest in renewable energy projects. So they are getting to some extent a secure market. Their money is to some extent is secure. So these are some of the policy measures. Why I am telling all this thing is that one aspect actually what we basically teach or we actually learn in our courses or in education is basically the technology aspect. Means what are the technological advances taking place, how the electricity is actually generated, the technical aspect of that. But there are the administrative and the policy aspect of that also plays very critical role for actual application of the technology which is being developed. So to understand these nitty-gritties, all these points, to understand that the policy aspect needs to be put in the course curricula and all those things. It is necessary. So that's why I'm mentioning all these things. And another thing is, of course, as I mentioned, that in 2010-11, the tariff was 17 rupees 91 paisa, and in 1920 it has fallen down to 2.36. In fact, in a recent tender, it was even 1.95 also. So how this whole changes have taken place, it is also very important to understand. What happened in 2010-11, we did not have any experience. And the cost of solar photovoltaic modules even at that time was very high. And it was high because there is hardly any demand of that. So the economy of scale was not playing its role. So suddenly what happened actually, when this 17.91, it was basically the regulated price at that time, which the CERC has announced. And there was hardly any solar project. So immediately it was said, as I have mentioned, that 1000 megawatt solar projects would be coming in next 3 years. So a market of 1000 megawatt came up immediately. And what was said that as an experiment at that time, that what NTPC will be, there was an entity called a National Vidyut, NTPC Vidyut Vyapar Nigam. They will buy the electricity from these power plants and they will bundle it with the thermal power, thermal electricity generated, thermal power electricity. So what will be at that time, the average price of thermal power generation was something around 3 rupees or 4 rupees. So 17 rupees was, or 18 rupees you can say, if you bundle it with the thermal power station, then the average price will be something around 18 plus 4 divided by 2, that is 11 rupees. So automatically the cost of the solar electricity is automatically reduced up to that extent. That was one thing. And to incentivize that, it was said that the utilities will be, means the NTPC will be given an unallocated quota. See what happens, as I mentioned in the Vidyut Pravaha, electricity or the energy requirement is a dynamic subject. It is not a static subject. So electricity demand may be at 6 o'clock, maybe something around 140 gigawatt. It will be something around 160 or 70 gigawatt, maybe at 12 o'clock. It may be 200 gigawatt, maybe at 4 or 5 or 6, which is the time when the peak comes within the country. And then suddenly it will fall down to again, maybe 100 gigawatt. So it's a dynamic thing. It's not a static thing. So at a time when the electricity demand peaks and the electric supply is come, the electricity, the power exchange suddenly increases the rate. It's basically the commerce, demand and supply gap sort of thing. And the electricity, there are two exchanges which does such type of thing, India Electricity Exchange. And there are the trading company, power trading company, like the power trading company, Vidyut Vyapar Nigam, that sort of thing, which does the trade. It works like a stock market. So the power cost at some point of time goes as high at 11, 12. So if this unallocated quota is released at that time, so this will be a win-win situation. So that was the policy measure taken in 2010-11. And then simultaneously it was said that now the 1000 megawatt demand is definitely there. And we have given this incentive. Now, if you have a bulk, means a centralized thing where you will be putting your power plant, then your overhead expenses will be very low. So your tariff should also come down. So a reverse bidding, tariff-based reverse bidding mechanism was introduced at that time, which is continuing even as on today. So the developers started quoting for the tariff. In place of quoting for a project cost, they started quoting for the tariff. That in place of 17, I'll be supplying the electricity maybe at 11 rupee or maybe at 6 rupee or maybe at 5 rupee. When this thing was announced in 2011-12, immediately the cost has come down to 7. And then periodically, if you are seeing that the cost is coming down because now the volume is coming. And we see that the volume is coming. That is one aspect which is called the economy of scale. And of course, the technological advancement have also taken place. Earlier, we used to have smaller photovoltaic cells or maybe 2.5 inches or 3 inches sort of thing. Then it became 4 inch, then it became 6 inch. Today it's a 6 inch. So the packing factor actually that also increased, meaning by the space requirement has reduced. And then you have a large module of maybe 400 megawatt or 500 megawatt capacity. So naturally, the material requirement and all that, the logistics and all that have also reduced. So the technological advancements have also taken place. The efficiency of the modules have also gone up from maybe 14% to today even 20% modules are commercially available. So that type of thing, so ultimately the cost have started coming down and it has come to a level of something around 2 rupees as on today. So these are some of the policy aspects which are playing very important role. So, I don't know why my slide is not going up and down now. So there are
Yes, sir,
different
now it's
schemes.
flowing.
I'm just skipping these whatever these different schemes are there. What I am now coming actually straight away to the end of my presentation. This presentation I will share and you can go through because most of these are data and government schemes, different schemes. So you can go through that. But there are certain challenges basically which we have to address and you have to look into that. This is one of the real data of May 2020 of a power plant in Noida. It's a rooftop power plant, a very small 12 kilowatt power plant. And if you look at the generation of this 12 kilowatt, on May 1, it was generating something around 50 units of electricity. And on 11th, it has come down to even less than 10 units of electricity. Okay. Now, if that is the scenario, then as I was mentioning that I gave the example of 40 gigawatt means 35 gigawatt is to be must run. So if such type of fluctuation would take place, then how to basically negotiate with all this thing? That is one challenge. In the ideal situation, what we expect, this was 27th May 2020. In the ideal situation, what we expect that the solar generation curve will be very smooth. It will be something like this, a bell type of structure. But in practice, it happens like in most of the days, it happens like this. This is on 31st May. That was on 27th May. So much of kinks. So this is at a micro level when you have a small 12 kilowatt power plant. It is something like that you have a large river flowing, and there are different tributaries which are basically flowing towards it. And this large tributary has the capacity to absorb all the water flowing from different tributaries. And then it is going smoothly everywhere. So even if one tributary doesn't give adequate water, it hardly affects the entire flow of water in that channel. Okay. But during winter, rainy season, what happens? All the tributaries, they have been flooded. Main line is also flooded. So your river doesn't have the capacity to absorb anything more, and you get the flood situation. The same situation may take place in the electricity grid. Even it is taking place even today. Okay. At some point of time, your grid line doesn't have the capacity to absorb the entire electricity generated from different power plants, and at that time you have to curtail your power generation capacity from certain power plants. Of course, now everything is controlled, we say that smartly, at a national SLDC, state load dispatch centers or the national load dispatch center. They give the signal for to each power plant that you have to generate this much. We may be requiring after 2 hours this much of electricity from this power plant. So scheduling and forecasting, that becomes a very critical aspect. And to have understanding of that scheduling and forecasting, and to get the adequate knowledge of that, and to develop a suitable model for that, that is a very critical thing which we need to address. And parallelly, we also have to see that whether the storage can play a very important role or some role in that or not. The storage context actually has totally changed. We had been talking of storage during 80s or 90s, as I was mentioning, for the decentralized application, in which you were generating the electricity at daytime, a small quantity of electricity, and that is being stored in batteries, and that batteries is being used for maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours in the evening for your different applications. So the storage requirement at that time was that much only, and at that time we were told actually that grid is an unlimited storage, and you can feed to the grid and it will absorb everything. But today the scenario has totally changed. Now the renewable has almost the equal capacity of that of your conventional capacity. So at some time, when the entire renewable is generating, maybe the wind is also generating, solar is also generating, and at that time the total renewable generation comes to be something around 80 gigawatt, and your 150 gigawatt is coming from thermal, which is basically the critical level. You can't reduce from that, and your demand is not there, your frequency will get disrupted. So what to do at that time? So you have to have certain artificial load created at that time. So the storage will act as a load at that time. And to some extent now we have been talking about the electric vehicles also. So the electric vehicles, penetration of the electric vehicles, large fleet of electric vehicles may act as as load also, because most of the time in the offices and all that, we go to office, we park our vehicle, and then we take our vehicle in the evening. So at that time, whatever the surplus electricity being generated from grid can be absorbed by the battery, and if need be, sometimes it can take back from that also. So the storage in a sense now has to do two roles. One is to make this curve a very smooth curve. So the storage, the electronics will play, the control of the storage will play the very critical role. So one storage thing is basically the battery-based storage. The another storage means, as I mentioned, to act as a artificial load, so generating hydrogen. And that's why we have been talking about hydrogen economy. The hydrogen vehicle will be coming. Our Gadkari ji have been promoting it like anything. So the hydrogen economy, the hydrogen mission. And if the hydrogen is coming again from bad fuel, rather the coal-based fuel, then what is the advantage? So it should come from the green fuel, and the hydrogen is to be stored, that can be used either for generation of electricity by using the fuel cell, or can be used for thermal application, or can also be used as a fuel for transport. So the hydrogen, generation of hydrogen will also act as a load at that time. Then we have been talking about pumped storage, means your storage in the hydro plant. What is there? Means it's a storage of water, and when you release the water to generate electricity, in the downstream, if you make again the another reservoir and then pump that water to the higher level, then at the time whenever you require more electricity, you can again generate. So you can optimize actually that using. So that pumped hydro will also act as the artificial thing. Another storage source is basically we have been talking about the compressed storage air. Means in there are some mines, coal mines, which are empty coal mines. So the craters have already been generated inside the earth. So if you can use this electricity, surplus electricity, to compress electricity and store it in that crater, and then release it, the pressurized, and then run the turbine through it, and you can generate electricity. So different storage mechanisms are being thought. Of course, the battery is the main and still being used, and the hydrogen is the second. So these are some developments which are taking place, and these are necessary that we develop adequate technology or adequate experience within the next 2-3 years to reach up to this 2030 450 gigawatt target. So the challenge basically the intermittent nature of renewable energy, demand supply mismatch, how to ensure power supply through renewable energy in 24 hours domain, energy congestion in grid, as I mentioned already, that the grid will not have at some point capacity to absorb everything. So at that time, what will be the role of storage and what side of storage is to be used to have a 450 gigawatt renewable energy vision by 2030? This is what basically we have to think seriously and work on. That's what basically my message is to you all. Thank you. And if you have any question, then I'll be happy to address that.
Very nice session, sir. Any queries from participant side? Any question or any query? You can ask.
I don't think the participants have any questions.
No, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You have spared your valuable time with us as you discuss the journey of renewable energy. And due to the necessity of renewable energy in today's life, we must know about the history of it. So, sir, thanks a lot for this informative session. Thank you very much, sir.
There is one message. Let me see.
Sir, just a minute.
Yeah.
Participants, please unmute, start your videos so that we can take a picture. Please switch on your cameras. Sumit, please take a picture, beta. All participants are requested. Please start your video. Okay, done, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you. Share this with me also.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay, participants. Now our next session will be at 11:45. So we have a 10-minute break and we will join at 11:45. Our next speaker is from AICT, Colonel P. Venkat, and he will join with us at 11:45. So be on time. Good morning, sir. Our next speaker has joined with us. Venkat, sir. Venkat, sir, are you there?
Ma'am, very good morning. I'm Colonel Venkat. I'm very much joined in. Request, give me about 10 minutes, ma'am. I'm in another meeting.
Okay,
I would be finishing it in 10 minutes and then joining you.
yeah, sure, sir. We are waiting. No problem. Okay, participants. Our next speaker will join with us within 10 minutes. Actually, he is very busy. He has many responsibilities from AICT. In spite of his busy schedule, he gave us time for this session. So let's wait for 10 minutes. Please don't leave the meeting. Yes, ma'am. We are waiting for our expert. He will join very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In fact, it's a good afternoon. I'm so sorry, Nisha Kumari ma'am, thank you for waiting. And it was sorry, I was on another very important meeting. I just hurried up and finished it so as not to make sure that you people wait. So I'm very much here, ma'am. You can commence with the proceedings.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir, and a warm welcome in this FTP program. Today we have Colonel B. Venkat, sir, and sir is serving as an army officer from technical branch, Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineering. Pardon, sir? Okay. He has done his mechanical engineering from Army Institute. Sir has nearly 30 years of service experience and served in all possible appointments of commands and staff across the country and abroad. Sir is presently at AICT and is handling faculty development related issues and release of grants through AICTE AKYS schemes. Sir also handles AICT's important quality initiatives like National Initiative for Technical Teachers Training, implementation of examination reforms, AICT students learning assignments, 360-degree feedback, technical book writing, promoting Indian regional languages, and processes for implementation of new education policy 2020. So, sir, now over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Nisha Kumari, ma'am, pleasure interacting with you. Pleasure interacting with all the participants who have got connected. I see a fairly large number. Good for you that you people are willing to get to know the various nuances of the National Education Policy 2020. And I'm Colonel Venkat. Yes, ma'am. I happen to be the Director of Faculty Development at AICT. I handle, besides my appointment, multiple other activities. NEP implementation is one of them. And why it becomes important to you people is simply because in your lifespan as a teacher, at least in your times that you would be interacting with various fellow faculty members and the students, you need to understand that what is NEP all about and what all has happened and where we are. So in a very quick manner, and I don't have a presentation, I don't give a presentation, I will be speaking in a very quick manner, but I'll make sure that you understand everything out of the NEP, what is NEP and how it is being implemented. So the National Education Policy 2020 came, ladies and gentlemen, July last year. So today when we are connecting, we are already 1 year and 4 months down. 1 year and 4 months down is a reasonable amount of time to understand what is NEP all about and subsequently how it has to be rolled out as far as implementation is concerned. My single piece of advice to everybody who is connected, the coordinators, the people who are managing this activity and the participants who are connected, you got to be appreciating and understanding that you need to be remaining alive and current to the requirements of the National Education Policy. That is how your role and importance will continue to remain. So the National Education Policy has got two components. One is called as the school education, other is the higher education. Why it is important to see the school education? Because of a simple reason that in case if you do not appreciate the school education and how the students are going to come to you, you will not be understanding the requirements which needs to be done at higher education. What I will do is at every level when I brief school, I'll connect you to the higher education. The model being given is instead of 10+2, it is 5-3-3-4. All of you have heard the 5-3-3-4 model, and the first 5 happens to be called as the foundational stage. The foundational stage is basically 3 years of pre-primary and classes 1 and 2. Why this becomes very important is because at this particular level, the students will be compulsorily going education in the regional languages. And once they go education in the regional languages, quite obviously, the number of students who are going to be coming in intake is going to be increasing. And at the same time, as a psychometrically, it's also been proven that the students who undergo education in regional language pick up the particular language, pick up the subject contents in a much better and faster manner as compared to the students who do it in any other medium of instruction. That is number one. And why this also pertinent? Because there's a very another important aspect of National Education Policy, which is increase in the gross enrollment ratio. When you talk of increase in the gross enrollment ratio, it presently happens to be 27.4. It has to be made 50. 50, it has to be made, and please understand what is gross enrollment ratio. Gross enrollment ratio is the number of students presently undergoing higher education as compared to the number of students who are available in that age bracket. So that means we have to do multiple amount of activities to make sure that you drastically increase the gross enrollment ratio. One of them happens to be promotion in regional languages. And I will immediately connect it to the higher education. We are connected with the higher technical education. So when you talk of higher technical education, even in higher technical education, education has been allowed now to be taken in regional languages. You are from a Hindi speaking land. Hindi has been now permitted as a subject to be undertaken in higher education, even in higher technical education. So what all activities has happened? AICT has changed its approval handbook, and we have allowed additional seats to be taken in Hindi for undergraduate. We have commenced 2 initiatives. One of them happens to be translation of the SWAYAM online MOOCs courses in 12 regional languages, and second activity happens to be original technical book writing for undergraduate and diploma, and then subsequently translating these books into the regional languages. We have already finished the first year. We are in the process of finishing, and then simultaneously we are now starting to write the books for second year. So very pertinent to understand that implementation of a policy is something which is very, very important. And I keep telling always, each one of you should be seeing to it that you people should give your contribution. Unless and until you do not give your contribution, you need to rethink that you're standing as a faculty member or a teacher in your institute. So that is the first one, which is called as the foundational stage. Now let's move ahead. When you move from foundational stage, we come to the next stage, which is called as the preparatory stage, 5, 3, 3, 4. Please read the first 3. It happens to be classes 3, 4, and 5. Now at classes 3, 4, and 5, the student still continues to undergo education in his regional language, or that language which he has chosen of his choice. And this is the forum wherein for the first time a student will be made to interact or made to understand what is skill. In addition to the general education, he also gets to understand what is skill related subjects. When you talk of skill, in higher education, the skill is called as vocational subjects. So very important chapter on vocational education in National Education Policy, which says that there will be no difference between the vocational education and the general education, and they both will be aligned in such a manner that the learning outcomes of vocational and general education will remain at par. And what needs to be done? Number 1, you need to be realigning your curriculum. Number 2, you need to be making bridge courses in the vocational education if need be. And number 3, you need to be including certain credit-based skill activities in your general education. All these 3 activities are going on simultaneously. So when I am telling the policy, I am telling the activity, and then I will also let you know where we are and what is being done. So all these activities are going on. Very important facet of vocational education also happens to be that the vocational education tells about constituting a committee called as NCVET, National Committee for Integration of Vocational Education, NCIVE. When you talk of Committee for Integration of Vocational Education, this committee has already been constituted. It has got 2 verticals. The first vertical happens to be NHEQF. The second vertical happens to be NSQF. One is a higher education, one is a skill qualification. National skill qualification, national higher education. Why I am saying all this is because tomorrow as a faculty member, you will be asked, some student will ask you that from where does the policy of skill comes out? The policy of skill comes out from NSQF. The policy of education comes out from NHEQF. And when you take these 2, the NCIVE, Committee for Integration, is going to be aligning both of them and making sure that the learning outcomes are at par. That is what is there. The underlying statement being that there will be no difference between the learning outcomes of general and the vocational education. And once you have equivalence in the learning outcomes, this is also going to be a contributory factor to your overall increase in the gross enrollment ratio. That is how you see, that is how you keep adding on to the various activities which will be there towards increase in the gross enrollment ratio. Very important point which does find mention in the National Education Policy happens to be on Lok Vidya. Now, Lok Vidya is nothing but your traditional regional knowledge. Now, this is a knowledge which has been over the centuries being shifted from generations to generation, primarily through local artisans. But never has this activity been introduced as a mainstream activity into your education. See, unless and until you introduce into your mainstream activity, you do not popularize, you do not sustain, and you do not earn revenue out of it. So by introducing this into your mainstream education, the National Education Policy talks about introducing it as a vocational subject. And once you introduce this as a vocational subject into your mainstream education, you are quite obviously giving an opportunity to students to study this particular subject as a credit-based subject in vocation. Please keep this word credit, which I just mentioned. Please keep it in the back of your mind that how do you incorporate credit-based activity in technical education. I'm going to come to you in this particular thing in next activity. So let's move forward. The student is now ready to move from this level to the next level, and which is called as middle level 533. The 3 now, the second 3, which is classes 6, 7, and 8. Why this is important? This is important because an activity which in the previous level was just introduction of skill into your general education now becomes a wholesome and a complete integration wherein a skill and a general education are completely merged. And once a skill and general education gets completely merged in the school level, one very important activity of National Education Policy, which happens to be integration of skill or vocational education to that of the school education takes place. What is left is integration of the skill to vocational education to higher education. So National Education Policy talks about a wholesome integration, and this wholesome integration between the vocational education, between the school education, and between the higher education is done in such a manner that at higher education, the tier 1 institutes will be towards their societal approach, community outreach, schemes like Unnat Bharat Abhiyan will be interacting with multiple tier 2, tier 3 institutes, will be interacting with the schools and with various other regional institutions. And then there will be a crossover. There's going to be larger visits. There's going to be interaction in such a manner that the school teachers and the school students get to understand the nuances of higher technical education, and hence the children in school education are able to align their contents and align their path of education. This is how it is being designed, and hence you achieve a wholesome integration. AICTE has already come into an MOU with CBSE, and this MOU is a very phenomenal MOU wherein we are according training to the CBSE teachers on latest new generation technologies. This is also very important because CBSE has now permitted a subject content basket wherein a student is free to pick and choose his subjects towards aligning his particular course of education. And with this, we move to the now next level and the last level of school education, which happens to be called as secondary level, that is the classes 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And this becomes a very important level wherein the complete facets of education get involved. And why this becomes very important? Because when school education allows you to pick and choose subjects to frame your path for education, it implies that there is a multidisciplinary and concept of interdisciplinary coming in right from school level. Let's take it to the higher education. And when you talk of higher education, the multidisciplinary model needs to be followed here. And hence we come to a very important aspect of National Education Policy. And that happens to be the multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary in academics, ladies and gentlemen, talks about having in academics, in finance, and in administration, 3 aspects. Let's leave administration and finance out of it. Let's only talk of academics. Multidisciplinary in academics can be made with a proposed structure and model. When we speak of, let us say 40, 20, 20, 20, this is subject to plus and minus, little bit percentages can go up and down. The overall credit can be shared in this ratio, with this 40 being the core, that is the core contents, 20 being the core electives, second 20 being your basic sciences and humanities, and the third 20 being your open electives. Basic sciences and humanities, 20% of your overall credit makes it interdisciplinary. And the last, when you have it open electives, makes it multidisciplinary. In open electives, what I did mention in the earlier time, if you recollect, I told you to remember the word credit. I told you to remember the word credit when I was talking of Lok Vidya. So Lok Vidya now comes as a credit-based activity in this particular open electives basket. And in addition to Lok Vidya, we say, why only Lok Vidya? Include multiple other activities such as have credit-based courses for Indian knowledge system, universal human values, make it Indian dance, music, yoga, make it Indian custom, culture, tradition, make it even Indian constitution. It is up to you to pick and choose. Give the student multiple opportunities in this open electives to pick up his content and then frame his overall path. This makes it multidisciplinary. When you have a multidisciplinary in academics, national education policy also talks about multidisciplinary institutes. And why multidisciplinary higher education institutes becomes important, because it has been observed that there is a total fragmentation or lack of coordination in education system, wherein there are multiple educational institutes which are coexisting with absolutely in independent silos with no mutual collaboration or understanding or cooperation. This way education do not proceed. Education can only proceed if you have a multidisciplinary institutes also coming up. So ladies and gentlemen, these standalone institutes will not be existing in the way they are. They are going to be merged, or they are going to be sharing of resources, infrastructure, platforms, laboratory, shifting to virtual laboratory. There are multiple means and ways to go into multidisciplinary format, but that is exactly what they will be. And hence these institutes of the future, and when I am talking future, that's not so long, it's very near. They are going to be called as multidisciplinary higher educational institutes. There will be one multidisciplinary higher educational institutes in every district, with each district having one institute with minimum 3,000 students. Each of these multidisciplinary higher educational institutes will be given graded autonomy. When you talk of autonomy, it implies freedom, it implies little bit of relaxation, but please appreciate autonomy and accountability, two words go simultaneous. It cannot be seen in isolation. But autonomy means, what is autonomy? Autonomy is freedom of academics. That is what exactly when I talked about in multidisciplinary academics. That is freedom to design your course, freedom to design your contents, curriculum, offer, whether you want to give a certificate, diploma, PG diploma, degree, whether you want to give it in online, face-to-face or blended, whether you wish to retain the credits for a course, how much credits to be done, whether you wish to even accept the credits from the neighboring institute. These are the various mandate which comes in when you give it an autonomy. And any institute who is given an autonomy has to have a basic structure of governance. Structure of governance will be something like having a board of governors, academic council, management, and then your departments. Why I'm talking of a structure of governance? I'm talking structure of governance because the national education policy talks about multiple entry and multiple exit. Multiple entry and multiple exit is a very unique phenomenon which finds mention in the national education policy, because this entails a student who earlier could not pursue education or could not continue education for whatever reasons and had to leave it midway through, can now continue education. Even if he goes out, he can always have an option to come back with his credits retained intact. That is called as multiple entry and multiple exit. And this is again going to be a very unique contributory to the overall increase in the gross enrollment ratio. Mind you, if somebody questions to you, what are the various facets of gross enrollment ratio? How do you increase? I'm trying to tell you every activity. So keep listening to what I'm trying to say. I don't insist that each one of you should be remembering, but at least if you appreciate and understand, you will, put in your effort at your respective places. So this is going to be a major input as far as increase in the gross enrollment ratio is concerned, and an opportunity to multiple people, students who cannot pursue education. Activities which has happened toward this is national education policy talks about making a forum called as framework for academic bank of credit. And when you have an academic bank of credit, this academic bank of credit will be a single repository who would then be carrying out retaining these particular credit of various individual students, and when they come back and when they go outside the system or come back, this is from where their credits can be get back. This is what is called as multiple entry and exit model. The year which has gone by, or the times which went by, actually showed us that education, for whatever reasons, which was forced upon us because of want of pandemic situation around, situation stabilizing now, but the education went online. Compliments to each one of you, compliments to each institute and teaching fraternity who continue to work during this online mode of education. But online system was a new means of education. National Education Policy also talks about online education. Today, the UGC and AICTE allows 40% of credits to be taken by online mode of education. Tomorrow, the percentages may vary, but online form of education is going to be there. And in case if online form of education is going to continue, AICTE has already permitted online and ODL, both form of education. Even in technical education, we have allowed in logistics, transport, tourism, MCA, engineering courses such as AI and data sciences, wherein hands-on experience is the least or absolutely minimal. This permission or opening up of online and ODL courses in technical disciplines also is going to be having a major contributory factor towards a whole or increase in cross enrollment ratio. And this is also something which is called as inclusivity of education, wherein you give opportunity to students who cannot pursue education by paying a huge amount of fees by physically attending classes. So this is aspect which comes in two different topics, but very well covered when I tell in online form of education. Also, please understand, ladies and gentlemen, when we always talk about national education policy, any policy which is made has to have an ultimate aim in mind. The ultimate aim in mind of this national education policy happens to be to make sure that the India is at the global hub of education by 2035. Global hub means we are having an international repute and standing as to what we used to have in times back when we used to have educational institutes of the caliber of Nalanda and Takshashila. So to reach that state, we need to understand that this policy is hinting at which stakeholders. This particular policy hints at three prominent stakeholders. One happens to be the faculty, other happens to be institute, and third happens to be students. Appreciate that it is the students to whom this particular policy affects the most. So in case if suppose it is affecting the students to whom this policy is being hinted at and to whom this policy implies that we need to be towards making sure that the students have a professional education. And once we give a professional education to students, we not only wish to make a student employable, but we wish to make him in such a manner that he can generate employment. There's a difference between making a student employable and there's a difference between making a student generate employment. This policy talks about that. And towards professional education, this policy also talks about a student having a basic knowledge of agriculture, health, and legal. These three aspects can also be included as a credit-based courses in your open electives, which was spoken earlier. So in case if suppose students are the point that we are discussing now, there is a full chapter on inclusivity, access, and equality. I would rather extend this further by saying there is a subject which when we broken down into access, equity, equality, then there can be autonomy, accountability, affordability, and quality. Let us understand what is access. Access happens to be giving an opportunity to students to each and every platform, whether it be institute, infrastructure, laboratory. In today's time, even the internet and a platform to internet by means of a portal or a medium or a laptop or a tab. That is called access. Equality is nothing but no two students should be seen different, irrespective of their caste, creed, culture, religion, or financial status, which is being called as SEDG in NEP. Every student should be treated alike. The third happens to be equity. Equity implies that every individual is born different with unique needs and unique requirements. Satisfying the unique need and unique requirements of each and every student becomes the mandated responsibility of teacher, and hence the teacher here comes to play a very important role. We spoke about autonomy. At that time when I spoke about autonomy, I spoke about accountability, and when we spoke about accountability at that point of time, I was referring to the institute's accountability, but when I speak now, I am talking of the accountability of a faculty member. Faculty members are equally accountable to the education system, and hence multiple initiatives by AICT on account of faculty towards first their competency and capability building in terms of financial funded activities called as AICT AQIS schemes, or various quality initiatives which are being taken from time to time. Once these are there, accountability comes in automatically by means of 360-degree feedback mechanism. And once you talk of students, which we were now talking of multiple issues after accountability, now we come to affordability. Affordability is nothing but making the education system that much financially viable to make sure that every student is in a position to take education. Online, I said, was one of the system. Other can be to have multiple schemes, multiple financial schemes, multiple scholarships, increase the number of scholarships. These are the multiple initiatives. AICT has got a whole lot of schemes for students towards making them capable enough to undergo education, financially support them in terms of scholarships. And once you have this, the last and the least, the most important comes is quality. Once we talk of quality, ladies and gentlemen, quality in education happens to be understandable is that once you reach a certain level or a benchmark or parameters which are being universally accepted, then you say that you have attained that quality. Otherwise, if I ask you definition of quality, I doubt anybody can define what's a quality in your language. What is quality for you may not be for other persons. So hence, there is an acceptable uniform parameter. And in education, the quality happens to be accreditation. And hence, these multidisciplinary autonomous higher education institutes will be accredited. That is what is the ultimate aim, to improve the overall quality of the education which is being provided. I spoke about India going as a global hub of education. The talk of global hub of education cannot be attained by not projecting outwards. By projecting outward also happens to be one of the multiple activities. And hence by projecting outwards, there is a full chapter called as internationalization or global outreach of education. Global outreach of education, ladies and gentlemen, please understand there are multiple activities which can be done administratively, but what can be done academically is something which is very important that you people should see. We spoke about open electives. When I was speaking about open electives, it was not without a purpose. The purpose of open electives was to make each one of you understand that open electives are having the proposed basket having universal human values, Indian knowledge system, dance, music, Indian yoga, Indian constitution, Indian culture, Indian tradition. Why we were promoting Indian thing? Because should you promote Indianness into your education system, automatically you would be attracting foreign students to your complex, and not only foreign students, those Indian students who for whatever reasons go abroad may also pursue education in your institution. That is what is called as global outreach of education. It is the right time now to understand that the student is now capable enough that he has done his complete school education of 5334 model, and now he's in a correct position now to connect with you in higher education. So when he comes and connects with you in higher education, he is reasonably well conversant and he is reasonably well aware of activities happening around him. And hence, that much more important for a faculty member and a teacher who is now connected with the student to understand that it is you who now take on the mantle of handling him. And when it is you who is supposed to be understanding the needs of a student and taking him forward, there are many more activities which take from here, which are called as innovation, which is called as research, which is called as idea generation, which is called as generating these and thought process and taking it forward, leading to him generate employment later. But for this, as a faculty member, you need to be absolutely capable and competent. And for being absolutely capable and competent, what becomes very important is that there are two very important aspects. One aspect happens to be integration of technology, and second happens to be teachers training. Integration of technology is very, very important, which has covered in two different subjects. One subject happen to be establishment of National Education Technological Forum, which will be a body which will be continuously monitoring or scrutinizing the e-contents, e-literature, e-platforms, e-tools available, and then aligning them, moderating them in such a manner that it will be given to the various institutes and the faculty towards their capacity building. But simultaneously, and more important, happens to be continuous upgradation of the faculty members towards their continuous alignment to the integration of technology and using the technology. Just ladies and gentlemen, hold on, I'm getting a call. Just for one. Sorry, I got a call. So I'll continue from where I was. So what I was trying to tell, ladies and gentlemen, you need to now understand the technology very well. Please appreciate the changes and dynamics of the technology. Integrate technology into your day-to-day teaching and learning, because in the times to come, you would be having students. And when I'm saying times to come, please do not try to see so far. It is very near. If you do not appreciate technology, if you do not appreciate the changes which is happening in technology and try to put it into your system of teaching and learning, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be left behind. So you need to be current, relevant, and always be adaptive. That is the outcome which comes to a faculty member as far as you are concerned. Another chapter happens to be on teachers training, and teachers training is already going on. AICT has multiple initiatives, NITTT being one of them, in which you are supposed to be doing your basic 8 modules for training. So there are multiple initiatives which are already existing in the system, aligned to the national education policy requirements. I hope from my side, I've been able to make you people understand what is the national education policy. I hope I've been able to make you understand what are the dynamics of NEP, various activities, schemes, guidelines, various policy documents which have been translated into reality in terms of implementation. And also at the same time, what becomes very important now happens to be that what is the model which is coming out at an international level? The model which is coming out at an international level, 1 second please. Hello. Hi, Tarun. So ladies and gentlemen, because before I say thank you, and before I say thanks a lot for being very patient in listening to me, thanks a lot for interruptions which keep coming in my office. I would also like to tell you before we leave and say goodbye to each other, the model which is going to be there at a national level. The structure at a national level is going to be there, is going to be a HECI, Higher Education Commission of India, which is going to be the top structure, which will be a single body looking after all education except medical and legal. Below HECI, there are going to be 4 verticals. First vertical is going to be National Higher Education Regulatory Council, NHERC, which will be looking after the complete regulatory activities. Number 2 will be the General Education Council, which will be the single body looking after the complete professional standard setting bodies of complete content and curriculum revision, aligning it to international or industrial requirements. Number 3 is going to be the Higher Education Grants Council, a single body releasing the grants, whether to institutes or to faculty members or to students. There's going to be an NRF in isolation, National Research Foundation, which will be a single body responsible for release of the research grants. And the last body is going to be the NAC, the 4th body, which is going to be the National Accreditatory Council, a single body carrying out accreditation. So what you are going to see, a very streamlined structure, not going into each other's mandate, but carrying out tasking in a very streamlined manner. And hence, ladies and gentlemen, I do have a full faith and belief that should each one of us at their respective workplaces, whether you are in a classroom, whether you are in a laboratory, you are in a department, you are in an institute, whether you are at district level, state level, or central level, wherever each one of us is there, if each one of us continue to be performing our duties in the manner that we are performing, and you go up beyond that and try to look for contribution towards execution or implementation of NEP, why by 2035, we are very certain that by 2030, we should be at a place where we are seeking that we will very much be able to revive the glorious history of India as far as Nalanda and Takshashila is concerned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure interacting with you. And thanks for sparing the time to listen to me. And appreciate that, ma'am. There will be certain queries, suggestion, recommendation. Please compile them on my behalf and have a mail sent to me. I've got another activity to handle immediately after this. So you have a mail ID. Anybody who wishes to ask any query, question, suggestion, you're most welcome. My mail ID is there. My WhatsApp number is there. I've got a habit of always answering a WhatsApp and mail. Please do drop in your messages and I will always be responding to them. Thank you once again, ma'am. It was a pleasure interacting with you. Best wishes
Thank you
to
very
everybody.
much, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, in spite of your busy schedule, you gave us this precious time. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Pleasure, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. So participants, if you have any query regarding new education policy, as sir mentioned, that you can message on his WhatsApp number or you can mail directly to him. So if you have any doubt or any query, you can ask Colonel B. Venkat. Actually, he is directly from AICT and very active member in this new education policy. So you can ask him. Now, thank you. Thanks a lot. Our next session will be at 2:30 and it will be a motivational lecture by PM Bhardwaj, and it will be a motivational lecture pertaining to success mantras post COVID-19 scenarios. So let's join at 2:30 for our last session.
Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, please. Hello. Yeah, ma'am, please share Colonel Venkat's email address and mobile number if you can.
Yes, sir. I will share on the WhatsApp group also, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, let's join at 2:30. Till then, we have a lunch break. Good afternoon, all. Today is our third session of the second day, and our speaker, I think so, yes, he has joined with us. Bhardwaj, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My voice is clear.
Yeah, sir.
Just let me set the camera. Just
Yeah,
1
sure,
minute.
sir.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir. It's okay, sir. Then let us send me a message in the group, WhatsApp group. So till now, 56 participants joined the group, and let us start, sir.
Okay, from my side, no problem. I am ready.
Okay. Rimpi, let us have a brief introduction of Bhardwaj, sir. Let us start.
The concept of clean planet or a peaceful soul, right actions and clarity of thoughts is all. We blame others for the scenario nearby. Our little efforts change the situation. Why can't we apply? Good afternoon. I once again heartily welcome you all in the last session of today's FDP. Now I would like to welcome Mr. PM Bhardwaj for a motivational lecture pertaining to success mantras post-COVID-19 scenarios. He is national level motivational and management guru, member National Level Committee for Internship of All India Council of Technical Education, Chief Advisor of Jaipur Management Association, duly affiliated by All India Management Association. He is a weekly columnist in famous newspaper Nafa Nukshan and under the column Art of Management with more than 275 published articles. Good afternoon, sir. Now the screen is yours.
Good
Welcome,
afternoon.
sir.
Good afternoon, Nisha ji. Thank you very much for the welcome. And good afternoon to all the participants. I am highly thankful to AICTE sponsored AICTE as well as Deenbandhu Chote Ram University of Science and Technology, Murthal Sonipat, for organizing such a nice program as per need of the hour. I was MD, CMD of 4 public sectors out of 242 in India. And all of them, they were also working for the green energy. In Instrumentation Limited, when I was CMD, we worked for solar also. And REIL, all of you might have heard name of Rajasthan Electronics and Instruments Limited, having lot of contribution in the nation for solar power and green energy. So really this 1 week FDP program being organized by you is a need of the hour, and the way pains have been taken by the Center of Excellence for Energy and Environment, especially Dr. Nisha Kumari ji. I am thankful to you, and your results will be highly successful, I am sure, because this is need of the hour. I am also thankful to Dr. Rampal Dahiya ji, who is my colleague, who was Director MNIT, then Vice Chancellor in a number of universities, and presently He is in AICTE member of national level committees, and we meet quite often there. Before COVID, number of meetings used to take place. So he telephoned me and he was praising that a very good program is being organized, and he told me importance of this particular program. I was quite busy during COVID. I organized programs, online programs in multiple of 100. But seeing the importance and especially seeing that this is for the faculty FDP program, so immediately I agreed. When a person like Dayaji and Nisha Kumari ji, they telephoned me, I agreed that I'll be there. And it is rather a pleasure for me to be with all of you. My part, of course, I have done number of projects related to solar. I understand that. I can just imagine that very good talks might have taken place, or discussions might have taken place and will take place in future also during this program. But I have been given responsibility to deliver motivational lecture, and that also post-COVID success mantras. So I will speak about that only. And my humble request is that during the lecture, if you have any question, you can note down and I'll be more than happy to reply during the session, or I will share my email address as well as my mobile number with you, so you can discuss with me afterwards also. Wherever I go, it may be a national program or international program, I have been working on the various platforms, and I have delivered more than say 1,000 lectures so far. So what I do, I have a special trademark that I deliver my lecture with the religious as well as spiritual mantras. I feel that religious and spiritual formulas are more powerful or more relevant than the mathematical formulas. During this session, we will speak about all the experience I could gain during my tenure as MD, CMD of 4 public sectors. But first of all, I like to pay regard to all the gurus. Because of them, I am in a position to deliver lectures, sometime to the central minister, sometime in IAS, to number of IAS officers, sometime to vice chancellors, and in number of places regularly in the industry, in the academy, I have been delivering lectures. So who made me, who gave me knowledge to speak in front of such type of good persons? I think in the universe, if we discuss, then most powerful person is Guru, even more powerful than God. As I told you, my trademark is that I make use of the religious as well as religious and the spiritual codes. So I'll make use of sometime in Hindi, but translate. I was told that a number of friends from the number of faculty members from South India is also there. So I'll translate so that they can also easily understand what I have been telling. How I pay regard to my gurus? For that I have a couplet with me. राजा कह कि मैं बड़ा तो हाथी पे क्यों चढ़ा? राजा कह कि मैं बड़ा तो हाथी पे क्यों चढ़ा? हाथी कह कि मैं बड़ा तो पृथ्वी पे क्यों खड़ा? पृथ्वी कह कि मैं बड़ी तो शेषनाग के फन पे क्यों पड़ी? शेषनाग कह मैं बड़ा तो शिव जी के गले में क्यों पड़ा? शिव जी कह कि मैं बड़ा तो श्री राम के चरणों में क्यों पड़ा? और श्री राम कह कि मैं बड़ा तो गुरु वशिष्ठ के चरणों में क्यों पड़ा? Friends, most powerful person in the universe is Guru. गुरु गोविंद दोनों खड़े काके लागू पाए, बलिहारी गुरु आपकी गोविंदियो मिलाए, और कबीर हरि के रूठते गुरु के शरणे जाए, कहे कबीर गुरु रूठते हरि ना हो सहाय. All of us must understand it clearly that even God says that Guru is more powerful. If we get a chance to meet Guru and God together, we must touch feet of the Guru. Because of Guru only we'll be in a position to meet God. And one more thing I will like to say, Guru must also work hard. All the students must pay regard to the Gurus, but Gurus must also work hard. Teachers must work very hard so that they command respect from the students. So this is the first success mantras. If you want to be successful, then we have to give regard to our Gurus, and this is what I have done. I have paid regard to all the Gurus through this particular couplet. Next success mantra is भगवान नहीं तो जिक्र क्यों, और अगर भगवान है तो फिक्र क्यों. If God is not there, why we talk about the God? And if God is there, then why we have worry? When I go and when in the offline programs where thousands of participants are there, big audience is there, I ask, do you have faith in the God? They say, yes, we have. Then my next question is, tell me frankly, I'm just like your father, grandfather. Are you worried? Most of them say we are worried also. So it means they are putting their legs in the two different boats. दो नावों में पैर रख के चलते हैं. भगवान के ऊपर भरोसा भी कह रहे हैं और फिक्र भी है. Friends, this is not good. Either you must not have faith in the God, and if you have faith, then half-heart you should not work. You must have full faith. And I have seen in my life, during my tenure, in various important organizations where a lot of work was there, national, international projects were going on. If we have true faith in the God, then God is always there. Without fail, God is there to help us. Next success mantra, which I will like to share with you. पूजा करो तो ऐसे, भगवान के सामने आंखों में पानी लाके पानी आ जाना चाहिए. इतना प्रेम से भगवान की पूजा करो कि सब कुछ तू करेगा. और कर्म करो तो ऐसे कि सब कुछ पीएम भारद्वाज तू ही करेगा. आज मेरा ये जो लेक्चर आपके बीच में है, भगवान प्रेरणा दे रहा है, लेकिन लेक्चर तो मुझे ही करना पड़ रहा है. महाभारत जब हुआ था तो कृष्ण ने पहले कह दिया था कि मैं सारथी बन जाऊंगा, लेकिन शस्त्र नहीं उठाऊंगा. युद्ध तो अर्जुन तुम्हें ही लड़ना पड़ेगा, पांडवों को ही लड़ना पड़ेगा. और ऐसा ही उन्होंने किया, लेकिन बिगर शस्त्र के जितना बड़ा काम कृष्ण ने कर दिया, भगवान कृष्ण ने, वो आप सबके सामने है, युद्ध जितवा दिया. तो जब हम पूजा करते हैं, when we worship, we must have tears in the eyes and we must say, God, I am nothing. I am the least identity in the universe, and you have to do everything. But when we work, we must think, as I have been delivering lecture now, I must think PM Bhardwaj only, and only your wisdom will be useful here. Nobody else is coming to help you. That is a different thing, that God has been giving me idea, prerna, thoughts, what I must speak here, if I keep connection with the God. So, भगवान नहीं तो जिक्र क्यों, और है तो फिक्र क्यों. इसके बाद पूजा करो तो ऐसे कि सब कुछ तुझे करना है प्रभु, और कर्म करो तो ऐसे कि सब कुछ मैं ही करूंगा, दूसरा मुझे हेल्प करने नहीं आएगा. Next success mantra is, these are the common success mantras which I have been discussing with you in the initial stage. I will come to some other specific points also. Next success mantra is स्वयं व भगवान पर भरोसा रखें. You must have faith in the self as well as in the God. All the powers have been given to you by the God, but only thing is you must have confidence, faith in self, and you must have confidence in God also. You may be in whatsoever any critical situation, but if you have got faith in self as well as in God, you will come out successfully from that particular situation. One slogan which I have been discussing in all my national, international programs. all is possible. All is possible is my slogan, which have appeared in number of times in the newspapers. I say, when you have faith in you, you have faith in the God. And since God has given you all the powers, anything which is legal, which we are supposed to do, which are as per the Shastras, as per the religion, we can do it. All is possible for us. Amir Khan ji, superstar of all of you might have heard name of Amir Khan ji. Once, because of one statement I had some problem, I thought that why in the nation he is telling against the nation. But my daughter told me, Papa, let us go and see Dangal movie. I was not knowing what is the theme, but I went there with my daughter, with my family, work-life balance formula. My daughter could see within 10 minutes of starting of movie, I had tears in my eyes. She told, Papa, why you are weeping? I told, please enjoy movie, let me also enjoy. But the way, the theme of the movie touched my heart, how much he did for the daughters. He was a very good father in the movie, you might have seen. And daughter's role, also you have seen in that movie. So what I want to say, all is possible is the slogan given by me. All is well was the slogan given by the Amir Khan ji. मैं अपने lectures में कहता हूँ, आमिर खान जी ने जो स्लोगन बोला था, all is well, अब उस कुएं से बाहर आ जाओ, all is possible is the slogan in the life. So wherever you have been sitting, from today, start telling this slogan, all is possible. Here also in the program, I will say all is. I will be happy if I hear the voice possible. All is. All of you must say, I know, mute, unmute, all these things are going on in the online program. We are not in a position to hear others. And all is possible is the slogan. In one of the company, Ashok Leland, when I was invited and they told me you come and our all India factory heads and all seniors will be there to listen you. We have heard, we have gone through number of newspapers, magazines, we could listen good about you and you come and you motivate our team. Wherever I go, first I try to find out some bullet point I take from them regarding what they want, particular point. They told you are such a good orator, you have experience of 4 public sectors. We will not be in a position to guide you. Even then I asked what is the special work going on. They told that there is a related to the quality, there is a certificate, Deming certificate, which is the most difficult. Even that time Tata could not get Tata vehicles, Tata Motors. They told we want to take their certificate and we have been trying for this for last number of years. We want you to motivate our seniors and our all officers and our workers so that this time without fail, we get the certificate. Then I gave them this slogan, all is possible. In the beginning itself, when I started my lecture, I told them that I have not come to motivate you regarding the Deming certificate. You are going to get the Deming certificate. Reason is seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. Before coming, I have gone through the website. I told to Ashok Leland officials in the site, bus manufacturing, that time when I went there long back, I told in the buses you are 4th in the universe, in the trucks you are 12th in the universe, 12th or 13th or something like that. When in the world among so many good companies you have a good position for automobile manufacturing, then why you will not get this Deming? Deming you are going to get, but let us discuss something beyond the Deming. What next we must do, because in any case, Deming is yours. When they got the Deming in few months, a letter, appreciation letter came to me. It is because of you, Mr. Bhardwaj, in the night. whenever maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, or whenever round the clock we used to work, it is such a hard certificate. That time we used to remember your slogan, all is possible, and we used to narrate this particular slogan together. And that gave me so much strength that because of you, we could get the Deming certificate. Friends, I'm not here to beat my own drums, but since this is the first time when number of respected faculty members must be listening me, maybe some of them might have attended my earlier program or might have seen Bharadwaj Foundation Jaipur. I'll tell afterwards what we have been doing there, and in YouTube or in Facebook. If you have gone through, some of you must be knowing. But I tell you that in number of industries I have been going, number of educational institutions, I have been motivating the youth and budding professional to do better and better and to make our nation superpower. So all is possible must be slogan for you from today. And I'll be very happy if I come to know afterwards that you have been doing this. Next success mantra is, God has given you all the powers, as I have been telling you repeatedly. कस्तूरी कुंडल बसे मृग ढूंढे बनमाई, ऐसे घट घट राम है दुनिया जानत नहीं. हिरण कस्तूरी की खुशबू को पूरे जंगल में ढूंढता है, लेकिन खुशबू तो उसी की नाभि में है, कस्तूरी तो उसी की नाभि में हिरण के. ऐसे ही भगवान आत्मा और परमात्मा जुड़े हुए हैं. आत्मा के माध्यम, मतलब आत्मा ही परमात्मा है जो कि आपके अंदर है. तो पावर आपको उन्होंने सब तरह की दी हुई है. मंदिर में खाली मंदिर चले जाएं, मस्जिद जाएं, गुरुद्वारे जाएं, चर्च जाएं और सोचें बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं, और वहां जाकर के वहां राम 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 राम, हरे कृष्णा, और जो भी आपकी ड्यूटी है, अगर वो जो भी आपकी, मतलब मैं मेरे लिए भी कह रहा हूँ, फॉर एवरीबडी आई हैव बीन टेलिंग दिस, इफ वी आर नॉट परफॉर्मिंग आवर ड्यूटीज, if we are not doing our kartavya karma as specified in the Shastras, in Srimad Bhagavad Gita or in Ramayana, then there is no use of unnecessary taking name of the God. भगवान कभी नहीं चाहते हम उनकी प्रशंसा करते रहें. एक बार राम मिल गए कलयुग में किसी संत को. संत ने कहा बहुत व्यथित दिख रहे हैं, क्या रीजन है आपकी व्यथा का? उन्होंने कहा बिल्कुल सही है, तुम मेरे भक्त हो, तुमने पहचान लिया मैं व्यथित हूं, और मेरी व्यथा का रीजन मैं बताता हूं. राम राम तो सब जग कहता, हाथ बटाने वाला कोई नहीं, और कहो राम फिर कैसे आए, धीर धराने वाला कोई नहीं. ऊंचे ऊंचे महल बनाकर उसमें मुझको करते कैद, जिन्हें बसाना मैं चाहता हूं उन्हें बसाने वाला कोई नहीं. पूजा करते, फूल चढ़ाते, अच्छे अच्छे भोग लगाते, पर जिन्हें खिलाना मैं चाहता हूं उन्हें खिलाने वाला कोई नहीं. और राम राम तो सब जग कहता, हाथ बटाने वाला कोई नहीं. फ्रेंड्स, what I want to say, Lord Rama or Krishna is not happy simply if we take their names, but don't do our karma as specified in the Shastra. Sometime they say, sometime gurus will be telling or Sant will be telling that taking name is also very important, but purpose is slowly and slowly by taking the name we will come closer to the God. That's why they are telling, but ultimately we have to do the Sat Karma, good karma only. All the karmas as per dharam we have to do. Otherwise, we are not performing whatever we have been asked for or whatever we are supposed to do. Next success mantra is Chinta nahi chintan kare. During COVID, I have seen number of persons in the initial phase, and now also I have seen that number of persons are highly worried. In the beginning, when COVID started, I received a phone call from a company's chief having turnover of 60,000 crore. He told Bardwaj Sahab, I am in great trouble. We have lost everything, no business, nothing. And that's why I have come to you. Now lockdown down is there. I cannot come to your office, or I cannot come to Jaipur and discuss with you. But tell me on phone only, what shall I do? I asked, what is the exact problem? He told that our supplies are mainly in European and America and other countries, foreign. And now we are not getting orders. Everything has been stopped during because of the COVID-19. COVID-19 has taken away everything from us. I asked, if you confirm me only one thing, then I will tell you what to do. He asked, what is that particular thing? मैंने कहा, has COVID-19 taken your wisdom also? He laughed and he told Mr. Bardwaj, I was knowing you will discuss something like this, and that's why I telephoned you. Wisdom is still here. मैंने कहा, when wisdom is there, everything is here. Don't bother about anything. Let us try to convert this situation, particular dangerous situation, in the opportunities. And we discussed over phones 2-3 times. And I am so glad to inform you, after few weeks itself, that company started doing very good in the PPE kits. Ventilator also they worked, mask also they started manufacturing, and so many things, sanitizer and so many things they started manufacturing. So what I want to say, हमें चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए, हमें चिंतन करना चाहिए. We must try to think about problem, why it is there, and not, we must not worry and keep on worrying. चिंता ऐसी डांकनी काट कलेजा खाए, और वैद्य बेचारा क्या करे, कहां तक मलहम लगाए. चिंता इतनी खराब होती है कि वो डांकिन की तरह से खाने की कोशिश करती है. आदमी को डांकिन से बचना मुश्किल है, ऐसे ही चिंता से बचना मुश्किल है. अगर हम चिंता से दूर नहीं रहे तो, चिंता की जगह चिंतन नहीं किया तो चिंता ऐसी डांकनी काट कलेजा खाए, वैद्य बेचारा क्या करे, कहां तक मलहम लगाए. एक बार एक सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर हमारे आए हुए थे, एक प्रोग्राम था स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर. उन्होंने कहा कि कुछ बरदवाज साहब कभी मुझे बताइए, आज तो आप इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट के बड़े प्रोग्राम में बोल रहे हैं. मैंने कहा सर अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं, इफ नॉट नाउ देन नेवर. रिगार्डिंग स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट आई विल स्पीक राइट नाउ. सो ही टोल्ड, आर यू प्रिपेयर्ड? मैंने कहा माय इंटरनेट इज डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड विद द गॉड. It is a hidden antenna fitted in my head, and it is connected with the God. So I told him, okay, then you tell me something. And I think he told that audience, number of highly reputed business circle persons are also sitting here. Hall is fully air packed, so fully packed. So please tell. मैंने कहा सतगुरु संत कबीर ने कहा है, कबीरा चिंता क्यों करे, चिंता से क्या होए, चिंता तो हरि ही करे, चिंता करो न कोई. They started clapping. I told stop. It is midway. Let me tell one more couplet, then only you start clapping. And meaning of this couplet, कबीरा चिंता क्यों करे, चिंता से क्या होए, चिंता तो हरि ही करे, चिंता करो न कोई, is why do you bother if you are with your father, your grandfather? Why you bother if you are with your mother? When God is there, God is just like our father, grandfather, grand. If I use this particular thing, grand, 4 hours together, even then I will not be in a position to establish the correct relationship with the God. But when God is there, and you know, grandfather loves more than the father. If a son is there, then grandson is there, grandfather love and affection will be more, and God is grandfather. So you can imagine how much love and affection God must be having for all of us. But only thing is, we have to keep ourselves connected with the God. If we are not keeping ourselves connected with the God, then God says, you come, suppose we are sitting 1 kilometer, just for example, away from each other. God says, you move 100 meters, I'll move 400 meters. You again move 100 meters, I'll again move 400 meters for you. Means he will try to come much more faster to us than whatever speed we have. Only thing is, we must have faith in God, and we must not worry. Unnecessary worry must not be there in our mind. But the next couplet, which I told to Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs in that program, is again by Sant Kabir. मुर्दे को भी देते हैं कपड़ा पानी आग, और जीवित नर चिंता करे उसके बड़े अभाग. संत कबीर ने लिखा, परमपिता परमेश्वर भगवान तो मुर्दे को भी कपड़ा पानी आग देता है, जीवित नर जो चिंता करते हैं. कितना वो जो है, कितनी गलत बात है कि वो चिंता कर रहे हैं ऐसे परमपिता परमेश्वर के होते हुए. God gives bread, butter, everything, water, air to the dead persons also, cloth, everything God gives. Then persons, those who are alive, they have all the powers with them. Then why unnecessary they bother and keep on bothering? And they, because of unnecessary worries, they have number of disease also with them. So we must not have worries, rather we must try to find out solutions for our worries, for the problems. Chinta ki jagah chintan kare. In number of national level newspapers, during my programs, when they wrote about the summaries of the program, this was the heading given by them, that Mr. Bhardwaj says, Chinta ki jagah chintan kariye. Chinta mein unnecessary mat fasiye. My dear respected faculty members, you are very important persons. And I like to say number of HR conclaves when I attended as keynote speaker, as chief guest, sometime as audience also. What I could see before formation of NEP 2020, what they were discussing or what we used to say, all these points I started immediately my retirement, that was in year 2013. Which are these points? You all of you know, but once again, I like to tell you, because these are the very important point as per NEP 2020 also. All gurus, all faculty, all teachers must keep in mind. Education earlier was not skill-based, value-based, practical-oriented, industry connect. Then innovation, entrepreneurship, startup, not much emphasis was given earlier. So all these are the points which, as per the NEP 2020 and as per the different national level conferences, which HR conference which took place, were discussed. And my dear respected faculty members, you must try to work for all these important points, because all students are supposed to know about all these points which I told you and which were discussed and now have been combined or included in national education policy. As faculty member, it is very, very important for you to understand that for the nationalism, for Rashtravad, for culture, for heritage of this particular great nation, India, you must tell more and more to the students so that they have love and affection for this great country. Lord Macaulay, in the 18th century, in House of Commons, when he was discussing, and his boss was also sitting there, his senior was also there, Education Minister of UK was there in that particular meeting, what he mentioned, he told in India, their education system, their law system is very strong. They have got more than 7 lakhs Gurukul. Somebody asked in the House of Commons that how many schools we have. He told, when Honorable Education Minister of UK is sitting, let him reply. He told only 240 schools in UK that time. Against more than 7 lakhs Gurukul in India. In Gurukul, 5 year to 21 year was the age, and more than 16 subjects were used to taught. And there was no system of examination. Only teachers used to give the grade. And you know, that time, our nation was called as Sone Ki Chidiya, and Wish Guru we were. Golden Peacock and Wish Guru we were that time. Golden Cock and Wish Guru. Again we can become, because we are a young nation. But we must try to, our youngsters must know more and more about our elders, about the Bharatiya, our culture, our heritage, that we were the Wish Guru. Why we were Sone Ki Chidiya? The type of skill we were imparting to our students that time, it was skill-based, value-based, practical-oriented, job or employment-oriented. So all these things we were keeping in mind, and our material, especially steel, for the ships, cloths, carpets, they were so good. Then cloth we used to weigh, they used to give payment cloth as per weight in gold. So that's why we could collect from different foreign countries a lot of gold. They were so happy with the quality of things we were manufacturing that time. And that was because of our education system. It was practically oriented, value-based education system. We were not there to cheat others. Skill-based education was there. And as respected teachers, having lot of responsibility on your soldiers, you must try that, since all these have been included in the NEP, so you must try to work on all these particular points and try to develop students' future of this nation accordingly. And I will say our students, they are not only future of India, they are future of the world region. Is you have seen China, what type of mentality China has got. Different variants are coming. And number of scientists, they have already told that COVID-19 is, this is a particular virus, man-made, not the natural virus. Now when mentality of persons are like that, then what can be done? So power must be in hands of persons those who have gone through Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, and those who try to make peace in the world, and those who bother about welfare of every country, everybody, every creature in the world, including animal, including trees and everything. So nationalism, Rashtravad, culture, heritage, all these things I told is this is the success mantra. We must work on this. Very important thing is, whenever in the house somebody is coming, हम लोग क्या करते हैं, बच्चे को बोलते हैं, हमारा पोता पोती या बच्चा हो छोटा, उसको कहते हैं अंकल आंटी आए, इनको कुछ गाना सुनाओ, कविता सुनाओ, कहानी सुनाओ. लेकिन हम कभी ये नहीं कहते कि हमारा बच्चा बहुत ध्यान से सुनता है, हमारा पोता पोती या लड़का या लड़की, अंकल आप कुछ बोलिए, आंटी आप आई हैं, बहुत एक्सपीरियंस्ड है, अंकल आपने इतनी जगह काम किया, नेशनल इंटरनेशनल लेवल, आप बोलिए, ये बच्चा आपको रिपीट कर देगा सब बात। नहीं बोलते। व्हाट आई मीन टू से, generally I have seen we don't believe in listening skills. We want to be a good orator, but we are not generally good listener. Garbage in, garbage out. If we want to become a good orator, then first important condition is we must be a good listener also. If we are not good listener, how we can be a good orator? And whenever somebody is coming in the audience, and if he has got experience, we must say that since our children, grandchildren, they are sitting, please say something important for them and they will repeat it. So we must be good listener in this program. Also, number of programs I have seen that during the online programs, offline programs, not online, offline programs, they don't keep pen and diary with them. But in the one of the program, when I invited Director General of Police, senior IPS officer in my program as a chief guest to inaugurate, and it was regarding success mantras with very, very important industries of Rajasthan. I was surprised before lecture. In the inaugural address itself, he mentioned so many points. I told, sir, how you can, you could speak so many points. He told that earlier I attended your one of the lecture in Rotary International. And these points, when you were telling there, that time I have a habit of noting down all the points whenever some important lecture is going on. And today, when you invited me, I opened that diary, gone through the contents, and I came prepared. So what I want to say, that we must listen carefully, try to take notes of whatever is being discussed. Reason is we have limited memory within ourselves. As you know, with computer, with mobile external memory, everything we have been using, we also have limitation. So we must try to store these things in our external memory, like diaries, like notebooks. We must do that. Very important. Next success mantra is, as I told you earlier, also spiritual formulas, if not more, then at least equally reliable. I say that they are more reliable than mathematical formula. But at least I will say they are equally reliable than mathematical formula, spiritual as well as adhyatmic formulas. Let me clear whatever I want to say. There is one spiritual quoting, आए ऐसो जाएंगे राजा रंग फकीर, एक सिंहासन चढ़ी चले एक चले बंदे जंजीर. Whosoever has taken birth in this universe, he has to go. He cannot permanently make his residence here. He cannot be permanently here. But difference is somebody will earn a lot of name and fame, and somebody will be caught by CBI and CBC's Vigilance Commission. Choice is yours. You have to keep this thing particularly in mind and then perform the karmas. So you see, this is spiritual formula, which I told you. आए हैं सो जाएंगे राजा रंग फकीर, एक सिंहासन चढ़ी चले एक चले बंदे जंजीर. और 4 वेद 6 शास्त्र में बात लिखी है दो है, सुख दीजिए सुख लीजिए, दुख दीजिए दुख होए. If you do good for others, you will get good for you. If you do bad for others, then bad will come back to you. And that also not in the same quantity, multiplied, increased. So what we have to keep in mind, that we must know religious and spiritual formulas, and must also realize that they have been formed, they have been written by highly qualified and experienced persons on the basis of their experience, and we must follow all these formulas. During COVID, I received a phone call from a very, very important national newspaper. Honor himself was discussing with me, Bhardwaj sahab, you have been trying to do a lot of work for the society. Can you write one article? What is good, whether to be religious or to be spiritual, which is better and why? Because now, because of the religion, lot of fights are going on, Hindu, Muslim, all these things. I don't want to, in this lecture, I don't want to take name. Reason is, all of us are Hindustani. Those whosoever is in our territory, in the territory of our nation, they are Hindustani, irrespective of their caste, religion. And all of us must try to make our nation as a superpower, and I'm sure our nation will become superpower and golden peacock again. Now, when he told, and I wrote the article which appeared in the newspaper, a special article, I gave reference of Sant Kabir. Sant Kabir wrote, Nadiya ek ghat bhautere kahe Kabir samajh ke fere. This I narrated in one of my TV interview when a young girl was taking my interview, and she asked, so many Granth and Panth are there, which is the best one? I told I am a very small person to give reply of this very, very important question asked by you. My dear Bitya, your question is valid, but for reply, I have to take help of Sant Kabir. And Sant Kabir has told, Nadiya ek ghat bhautere kahe Kabir samajh ke fere. Means if you go to Ganga river, you can take dip or you can take bath anywhere, on any ghat. Different ghat are there. But since the same water is flowing in the Ganga, how does it make any difference? She told me most diplomatically, you have told Bhardwaj sahab to keep everybody happy, that all the Granth and Panth, their final destination is same, they are equal. I told yes, but I have not told this is the thing written by Sant Kabir, which is being referred number of times by our Honorable Prime Minister, which has been on all the rickshaw pullers, persons like rickshaw pullers, and even highly qualified persons and very, very important persons like our Prime Minister, they have been mentioning Sant Kabir, because whatever Sant Kabir has written, that is something like 2 multiplied by 2 is 4, was 4 will be 4. It cannot be 3 or it cannot be 5. 2 is 4. If I say, dear students or dear faculty members, let me say it is 5. For one moment you will not agree. No, sir, it cannot be 5. Okay, let us say 3. You will say no. Same is the case, whatever in simple words Sant Kabir has written. Universal fact has been written by him, and he says, Nadiya ek ghat bhautere kahe Kabir samajh ke fere. She told most diplomatically, you have taken name of Sant Kabir. Now you tell the crux also. If you say all religion, Granth and Panth, they are same, then what is the crux? In the article, I wrote, I am very small person, I cannot give the crux, but Sant Kabir has given. Granth Panth sab jagat ke baat batawe 3. Granth Panth sab jagat ke baat batawe 3. Ram Hriday, मन में दया, तन सेवा में लीन. All the religious spiritual talks, they are saying keep Ram in the Hriday. Ram Hriday, man mein daya, you must be kind to others, and you must do work above self for others. This is what Sant Kabir has written. To be religious is good, but sometimes we are so firm that we become kattar and we start fighting or dishonoring other religions, which is not correct. A true religious person must have respect for all the religions. I'm not saying that for his own religion he must not have respect, but for the all religions he must have respect and must follow his own religion. There is nothing wrong in that. So in the article I had written, as per me or as per number of Sant, they have told it is better to be spiritual than religious, because spirituality is what we just try to listen voice of our Atma, अपनी आत्मा की आवाज सुने. That's why we are called Adhyatmik, a person who is working as per the direction given by the Atma, who is in a position to know importance of Atma. That's why spirituality is much more. If somebody is coming, he may be of any caste, if he needy person of any caste, any religious, any gender is coming to you, you must help. This is spirituality. You must have clarity of thoughts. Spirituality is not there to confuse you, rather it is there to help you. So it is better to be spiritual than to be religious. If both the things are there, nothing wrong in that. You must have proud to be Indian. Today only I was seeing that number of Indian CEOs are there in America, also in foreign countries. They have been doing a lot of good work there. And I have gone through one of the one of the article that out of 16 doctors in the team of US President, exact year I don't know whether presently or whether earlier, 13 were from India, from Bharat. So you see that Bharatiya can do a lot of good work. You might have gone through Bhardwaj Rishi, Agastya Rishi, then Charakji. So many our rishis, they were also scientists. They were not simply sant, they were gurus, big gurus. They were doing. Bhardwaj Rishi has written Viman Shastra and more than 3,000 designs for the different type of aeroplanes were given thousands of years ago by Bhardwaj Rishi, and around say 34 methods to fabricate each one of them. Just see how much work was done in India. We are from such a nation, but now what we are doing? We have got a lot of charm to go abroad and to study and to work there instead of helping our own nation. And Lord Macaulay has totally spoiled our education system, our law system, and English-speaking persons. Generally, I give my lecture in the Hindi only. Recently, I got a award from INVC, International Award was there for the industry institution interfacing, and big job which I have been trying to do in the nation. One of Director General Police from the MP also got. Only 4 persons were selected for that prestigious award. One was means myself, and 3 more were there. That particular person, Mr. Jain from MP, spoke only in Hindi. UN experts were there. UN person, chief guest was from the United Nations. Even then he told that I have decided I'll speak in Hindi only, I'll not make use of the English. Lord Macaulay, when he came here, उन्होंने क्या किया? English speaking पे जोड़ दिया, convent school बना दिए. All these convent schools, I will tell you, dear friends, they are not, means in the England that time when we were having Gurukul, no good education was imparted. Whereas in our nation, in our great Bharatvarsh, डिफरेंट टाइप के सब्जेक्ट्स पढ़ाए जा रहे थे, सर्जरी भी थी। अमेरिका के एक प्रेसिडेंट की डेथ हुई क्योंकि उनकी नसें उस टाइम बुखार के लिए, उनके पास कोई भी फीवर हो जाए, देयर वाज नो ट्रीटमेंट अदर देन कटिंग द, उनकी वेन्स काट दी और उसके बाद उनका ज्यादा ब्लड निकल गया। प्रेसिडेंट थे तो 2 जगह से वेन काटी दोनों हाथों में, और उनका जो है जॉर्ज वाशिंगटन, आप अगर ढूंढेंगे आपको गूगल पे मिल जाएगा। देन result was death of great president of America that time. Similar disease means fevers and other things in our nation that time. Only simply they used to give some mixture, some powder having the different type of constitutions, and then everybody used to be okay with that. So that much knowledge was there in our nation. Now we have started keeping our eyes closed, all European foreign countries, and result you see. When I was chairman, I have seen that heart microprocessor, which was heart of the system, they never used to give that knowledge. So that always we had to go there. We must try to do a lot of ease of business in our nation. We must give as teacher. My humble request to you is, as a respected faculty members, you must try to give lot of knowledge as per requirement to our young students, so that they get more and more opportunity to do betterment in the universe. That we must do. Now, these were some general points which I mentioned, which I told you that I will mention, and I have mentioned to you. Just in less than 1 minute, I will like to repeat this point. One point is we must have respect for the teacher. We must have full faith in the Guru. And when we are worshipping, we must have tears in the eyes, and we must say to God that He has to do everything for us. We must keep ourselves connected with the God. And in the same time, when we are working, we must work in such a manner that nobody else will come to help us. We must have faith in God as well as in self also. And all is possible is the slogan which you must narrate, speak every day. All is possible, all is possible. You will get a lot of confidence by this slogan. God has given us all the powers. Only thing is, suppose we consider our body as the mobile. All the apps are there, but we have to install and activate these apps. Installed, I will say installed apps are there, but you will have to activate these apps, and then you will be in a position to do most typical work also very easily. You will be in a position to do. God is within yourself. Sometimes in my lectures, people ask how we can get the God, how we can meet with the God. My reply is, there you become Arjun. God is already there inside you. You have not to go and search God here and there. God is already there with you. You must not worry. Rather, if a problem is coming, problems are bound to come. But in case of the problems, you must try to find out the solution as quickly as possible without wasting the time. I told you, need as per the NEP 2020, by now all of you must be knowing that skill-based, value-based, practical-oriented industry connect. I will speak something about industry connect separately. Then entrepreneurship, startup, innovation, incubation, all these are the points. And then about culture and heritage of our great nation. All of you must teach the students. Listening skill, I told, very important for all of students and faculty also. Then spiritual formulas are more reliable, I told, or if you say not more than, at least equally reliable than the mathematical formulas. And one must be, my advice is to be spiritual. It is better than to be religious. If you are spiritual, it is much better. then you must have proud to be Indian, because our nation, persons from our nations, they did wonders earlier. Lot of contribution in GDP, global GDP we had earlier. लेकिन गुलामी के कारण हमारे सभी सिस्टम तहस नहस कर दिए और हमारे युवाओं को पता ही नहीं है. आप पूछेंगे उन्हें पता ही नहीं होगा कि कितना बड़ा काम हमारे नेशन में हो रहा था. फॉरेन के लोग आज भी इन नंबर ऑफ अदर कंट्रीज दे हैव बीन गोइंग थ्रू द वर्क डन बाय आवर इन ओल्डन डेज बाय आवर एल्डर्स और इन आवर नेशन. They have been taking advantage of that particular work, but our own youngsters, they are not aware. So as teacher, we must feel, we must try to understand our responsibility to tell students more and more about culture and heritage of this great nation. Now, some of the very, very important, but these are the general specific point I mentioned with you. Now general points, but with the reference to COVID, I will tell which point we have to give more priority. But thing is, as you know, quickly I will try to cover these points. We have to identify our goals clearly. What goal? Number of persons I have seen, very important persons, very senior persons, they also don't know, make their goals. It is important a teacher, I think you must make the goal that this particular year, compete with yourself, make the goals that for students I'm going to do so many students this year. I will see that they become extraordinary after my teaching, and like that you must have specific goals for yourself. Think out of box. लिखते लिखई चले कपूत, ये तीनों उल्टे चले शहर शेर सपूत. Traditional working everybody has been doing, but as a special person, as a good person, extraordinary person, you must try to do out of box. It means you must think out of box. For all the faculty members, my humble request or my advice is you must note down in diary what type of special efforts I make, maybe how I change the mode of teaching the students. There are so many things. What shall I teach? Curriculum is there, I fully agree. But how to teach out of box also you must, so that really they can understand what extra effort you must make for getting the conventional things. So out of box you must always think. Then control your life. You must know as faculty members, don't give control. When you are driving the car, everything including accelerator, brake, everything is in your hand. You have only brake, no accelerator, or no brake but only accelerator. Dangerous condition will be there. So control, keep all controls of your life. Blame only yourself, not others. There is no use of blaming others. Sometime I have seen, recently I met with one student, he was having a lot of depression. I discussed and he says that because of my father, I am in such a deep depression. I slowly, I have been telling him that for the condition of anybody, he himself is much more responsible than anybody else. You have your own life, try to keep control on your life. Don't try to blame others. Be self-driven and keep yourself inspired. Persons, those who could achieve a lot of success, they were self-driven. Think big and make short-term plan. We may think big, and if we want to do it speedily, it may not be possible to do it, where to achieve very fast. So think big and make short-term plans. Be disciplined and focused. Then no excuse, because if you cut the excuse, then it is not going to give any advantage to you. Just 1 minute. I think because of be a good listener. I have already told you that you must be a good listener. Do hard and smart work. Only hard work is not going to help you. You must do a smart work also. Never give up. Sometime when you are very close to the success, you give up. And number of persons when we discuss and we see their history due to problems, and for every problem solution is there. So when they stop finding out solutions, they give up. And most unfortunately, they give up when they are very close to the success. Take calculated risk. I'm not saying that you take unlimited risk, uncalculated risk, but at least you must take risk. As you might have seen, Hanuman ji को जब शक्ति याद दिलाई उन्होंने तो मान लिया, and he could go to Lanka. But Angad ji ने कहा मैं चला तो जाऊंगा, but I cannot come back. So this is something bad. If we tell to our department, okay, if you want to send me for some typical work abroad, I'll go, but I'll not come back. I don't have energy to come back. I'll be there only. So how your department will allow you to go there? Same thing Angad ji did. Now you see, Hanuman ji is so much popular because he used to do good karma. He used to take risk also. And whatever Lord Rama told him, means above self, he was always working. And that's why his temples are more than even Lord Rama in India, in our nation. Be passionate about your work or develop passion, whatever. If you cannot get work of your choice, then develop passion. This is also very, very important. I tell you, because I like delivering lectures. Sometime my daughter will come to my office in the residence, 3 o'clock in the night, 4 o'clock early morning. Papa, you have not gone to bed. What is this all happening? I say, don't worry. I like doing all these things. Don't worry about me. But same time in the morning, when they say go to the market, maybe timely I have gone to the bed. But in the morning, when they say go to that work, for example, is not of my choice, then I'll not like to go there. So if you have passion towards a work, then you can give the better results. Try to do work which is as per your passion, or try to develop passion for the work assigned to you. Stay healthy. Very, very important success mantras. In number of industries, in number of educational institutions I have seen, because I got opportunity to work in groups, also educational groups, as well as in the industries I was there. And still I have been working here and there, but I could see, because of health also, lot of working hour loss is there. Production loss or working hour loss. In America, one conference was organized long back, and it was discussed there. Actually, free lodging boarding was announced throughout the world, and number of participants were there from India also. Condition was couple must have age, each one of them, husband and wife, must be more than 100 years age, and number of persons were there. You know, all the points discussed or disclosed by them. It is a 3-hour lecture, but in a 1 minute, I'll try to conclude these points. For the good health, keeping healthy, staying healthy is also in your hands. What they told: take good food in the good atmosphere, be spiritual, be religious. If you have any problem, go to good doctor. In the initial stage, only you go to the doctor. Don't keep yourself free. Always keep on working, do physical exercise. You must be very close to the nature. I have not been telling in the COVID itself, you go to the crowd, or now also there are so many means that we can be close to the nature. In our own roof, we can sit and we can have the fresh air in the roof itself. Physical exercise, company of good persons. So many points were discussed there, and book was published, which is available in the market. So staying healthy is also very, very important for you. Otherwise, you will not be in a position to work with the optimum efficiency. Holistic health management. I know one of the scientists, he's a good friend of mine. They are working so hard, and they have been doing treatment simply by water, by small things. They try not to give any allopathic medicine. And complicated disease, chronic disease also, they have been curing with the help of small things. So please try to organize sessions of such type of persons, because Pehla Sukh Nirogi Kaya, first priority must be given to the health. It is very important for your organization, for your family, and for the nation also. Time management is the very important management. Everybody has been given same currency, that is 86,400, but 86,400. This is the currency which is given every day, or I will say every night. 24 multiplied by 16 to 60 is outcome is 86,400. But you cannot store. Immediately after getting this particular resource, you have to utilize. And if you have good time management, you spend good time for your personality development, for priority things, you will be in a position to do wonders in the universe. And same thing you have to teach to your students also. Stress management, I have already spoken. In case, I have seen number of times that in case of the same stress, different persons have this different level of stress. Little bit stress you must have, otherwise you will not be motivated to do the work. But more stress is not at all good. If somebody is continuously under a lot of stress, then number of chronic disease as well as death may take place. So we must have good stress management system. Keep on increasing your skills and knowledge. And then you know that this is the time era where knowledge management is very important. So you must try to increase knowledge and skill. And I will say not only one or two skills, one must try to have multi skills. This is the time. And post-COVID, in number of departments I have seen, in number of factories I have seen, when as their consultant and advisor, when I discuss with them, they have been doing interviews, they have been discussing with the students or the participants or the candidates, I will like to say, that how many skills they know. They will like to have persons with the multi-skill. So this is also very important. Over and above everything, positive attitude is very important. Teamwork. Post-globalization, privatization, liberalization, over and above. Buyer's market scenario, we must have full faith in the teamwork. Alone we cannot do much. Then strong EQ, IQ, SQ, emotional quotient, intelligent quotient, and spiritual quotient we must have. Work with collective wisdom, individual wisdom, is very important. But this is the time, post-globalization, privatization, liberalization, over and above market, buyer's market scenario, we must try to work with the collective wisdom. SWOT analysis is also very, very important. Strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat, we must have in our, clearly we must understand for the business or for the work we have been doing. Optimum use of resources is another success mantras we must try to do. Dedication, devotion, determination, discipline, integrity, they are also very, very important for us. Just for 1 minute, I will like to request if our convener, Dr. Nisha Kumari ji is here, that if anybody has got any question, otherwise.
Yes. From participant side, is there any query? Or you want to ask something? Yes. Any queries? No, sir, I don't think so.
Mhm. Then what I am going to do, I will like to say one thing actually presently for Industry Connect, what I have been doing and how it can be number of industry and institutions they have been working for the Industry Connect. And that is very important for faculty. They must try to work more and more for the Industry Connect. Ultimately, your students, they will get jobs in the industry only. And if your students are not developed as per industry requirement, they are not going to get good jobs, good employment. Do you agree with me, Doctor?
Yeah, sure, sir. That's
So
why
what-
AICT is promoting skill development courses nowadays.
Yeah, so what I have been telling you, what I did after my retirement, I established one NGO, that is Bhardwaj Foundation, Jaipur.
Okay, sir.
And for that, I have the Facebook page also. And this is NGO where we have been working. And I have a WhatsApp group where more than 50 vice chancellors are connected with me, along with RTU, BTU, AICT. So many officials are there. So, and a number of very, very important industries are there. And we keep on discussing very, very important points so that related to industry problem, they know. Academia also know what problems they have been facing. And I organize 42 national level programs through Bhardwaj Foundation. Nisha ji, it is not that I have been beating my own drums here, but these are the programs. In one of them, we had Governor of Rajasthan, Kalraj Mishra, Honorable Kalraj Mishra, and number of ministers, including, as I told, one of the minister I told you, finance minister, state minister for finance and corporate affairs, he was there. So
Okay.
what we are doing, we are trying to discuss problems of industries in this platform with the educational institutions. We have with us J.K. Lakshmipati University Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan Technical University Vice Chancellor, Bikaner Technical University Vice Chancellor, Manipal University Vice Chancellor, AICT officials. Number of persons are there, number of industries, big industries are there. And I also have my programs with Birla, with Singhanias, with Ashok Leland, I told you, with Gravita International, with Genus Overseas, number of big industries. And we try to do a lot of interconnecting work so that students, they also get opportunity to know about the problems being faced by the industries, and then they do value addition or they find out a solution for the problems. So one very important thing is the Industry Connect is there. Now another thing which I will like to say, with one of the chairman of one of the very, very important ex-chairman or former chairman of very, very important department of Government of India, both of us have been writing book related to Srimad Bhagavad Gita. And that book is we have been saying this is not a religious book or simply a spiritual book. It is very much relevant for the students, for the faculty members, for the industries, for the academia. And received invitation from 2 departments. Still book is going on, and it may take few more months to complete it. But what Bhagavad Gita says, and how it is not a religious book, how it is relevant for all of us, and why foreigners they have been making use, or important persons have been making use of Bhagavad Gita. This is what we are writing there. So any faculty member, whosoever is interested can contact, and my mobile number is 94140 77887. 94140 77887. If you give me WhatsApp message, if I am busy in the program, so but you will get replies sooner or later. I don't. I reply each one message which I receive. On Facebook also, Bhardwaj Foundation, and my page PM Bhardwaj is available. Bhardwaj Foundation and PM Bhardwaj on the Facebook, and YouTube also. If you write PM Bhardwaj, you will get my videos. And number of universities, number of educational institutions are, and industries. Same time industries also means all the skill seekers and the skill providers are with me. Then I will like to say one thing. My sincere thanks, Sadhuvad, to your university as well as to AICT for organizing such type of very, very important program for as per need of the hour, and for giving me opportunity to speak in front of very, very important the faculty members. Thank you very much. Still, if you have any questions, I am at your disposal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Actually, during this pandemic period, sir, we needed this type of motivational session. And during this pandemic session, we only learned that health is only wealth, and stay healthy. This is the today's mantra life, sir. Actually, we learned from the pandemic period only. Nothing is beyond this. So, sir, we learned many from your session, and in future also we will be in touch with you. And thanks a lot, sir, for your motivational session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks and salute to all the respected teachers. Thanks to you. Salute to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, dear participants, our today's session is over now, and I will send you the feedback link after this session, and tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock we will meet again. Hope everyone is fine, and all the best till then. Okay, all the best.